Hello, mic check, sound check. Hello, audio check, one, two, three, sound check. Hello, mic testing, one, two. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check, one, two, three, sound check. Hello, audio check. Hello, testing, one, two, sound check, one, two, three. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check, one, two. Hello, audio check, one, two, three. Hello, sound check. Hello, sound check.
حمزه دغه ورکړو که حمزه ٹھیک دی هم حمزه دا
अरे कोई अपना जरा फ्रेम सेट करें इधर का वो सेट करके वो ठीक करते हैं आप बताएं किस तरह होंगे सर वो जो टेबल है यहाँ पे सानी 11 बजे तक आएंगे
Ouais, attends, c'est que je sais pas où t'as Sam nu się wiele. Lavare ripirato che pi. Poi si spaghetti. वो इफ्तिखार कयूम के पास पढ़ी है ना।
मेरे पास तो दो मेरे पास मैंने आपको बोला तो मैंने आपके साथ शेयर की ये शायद आप देख पाओ। ये कश्मीरी ये मेरे पास ये लम्बा है लम्बा तक अली अल्लाह अली ये आपके पास कैसे फूल लगाने वैसे भी नजर नहीं आता ये
जी मैडम आप देखिए
Sound check. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Hello, hello, sound check. Hello, audio check. One, two. Hello, sound check. One, two, three. Hello, audio check. Mic check. One, two. Hello, audio check. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check. Hello, hello, mic check. One, two, sound check. Hello, sound check. One, two, three. Hello, audio check. One, two, three, sound check. Hello, sound check. Hello, sound check. Sound check. One, two, three. Hello, sound check. One, two, three. Hello, sound check. दूसरा. Hello, sound check. Hello, audio check. ये whistling कर रहा है क्या? Hello, sound check. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check. One, two, three. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check. One, two. Hello, audio check. Hello, sound check. One, two. Hello, audio check.
Thank you.
बस Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. A very warm welcome, which seemingly the way I am being pushed by the manager, it's seemingly a rapid fire sessions. However, welcome to this parallel session of medical sciences. So to start with, let me introduce the chairs for this session. Our first chair is Professor Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz. Junaid Sarfaraz Khan holds the position of Rector and the Director of Academics in Dean School of Health Professionals, Education, Research and Entrepreneur at the Health Services Academy, Islamabad. With pioneered the development and the implementation of innovative curricula, assessment techniques, and the professional development programs for postgraduate trainees and consultants. May I request Professor Junaid Sarfaraz to come and sit? Thank you very much, sir. Our next worthy chair is Dr. Habibullah Jan. He is a molecular biologist and geneticist. Currently, he is serving as a deputy director in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Environmental Protection Agency. He holds a PhD in genomics and molecular biology from Germany. He has also served as a consultant in molecular biology at the pathology department, Lady Reading Hospital, Peshawar. Dr. Habib is also an active environmental advocate, regularly delivering lectures and engaging with the media on climate change, environmental degradation, and sustainable solution. Sir, to begin formally with our first speaker is Professor Rehman. Professor Rehana Rehman is the Bahadur Ali Karmudi Jasani Endowed Professor in the Department of Biological and Biomedical Sciences at Aga Khan University, Karachi. She also serves as a program director for MPhil in Biology and Biomedical Sciences, where she leads advanced academic training and research development in biomedical sciences. With extensive experience in biomedical research and postgraduate education, Professor Rehman is actively engaged in strengthening research capacity, curriculum innovation, and evidence scientific inquiry. Her academic work emphasizes translation, biomedical research, mentorship of the postgrad scholars, and the integration of the laboratory sciences with clinical and population applications. Her topic is vitamin D signaling, translating molecular pathway into clinical medicine. Madam, please. विद द रिक्वेस्ट मैडम फॉर ऑडियंस सेक ये ज़रा अपने नाम की तशरीह भी कर दें.
Okay. Okay, ji, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Thank you very much for the inflated introduction. Reminds me of the imposter syndrome. Can I have my presentation? The topic given to me was vitamin D signaling, translating molecular pathways into clinical medicine. Do we have the slide changer? Can I have the slide changer, please? So bear that it always happens with the first presentation. Okay. While I was given this topic and I came to know that the audience will be the students as well, I decided to divide my presentation into three main landmarks. First, I will recall the journey of the vitamin D from sunlight to the cell's core physiology. Then I will connect the role with the pathophysiology of the polycystic ovary syndrome, which is my main research area. I'll reflect on what has been done at Aachen University, and then I will comment on the future vitamin D for reproductive health and well-being. So all the students, they know that the importance of the vitamin D. So if we talk about the journey of the vitamin D, can anyone tell me what are the sources of vitamin D? From where do we get vitamin D? From the sunlight, as well as we take it orally. And once we take it, then goes to the liver, where it is hydroxylated, activated in the kidney, and then it is made available in the circulation, where it binds with the vitamin D binding protein. It reaches the areas where the receptors are present. And since I work in reproductive physiology, my focus of interest is ovaries, uterus, endometrium, and placenta. When it reaches its receptor, it binds with when it reaches its target organs or tissues, it binds with the vitamin D receptors, forms an heterodimer with the retinoid X receptor, and then at the DNA binding sites, the vitamin D response elements are released, which are responsible for gene transcription and the respective required effects of vitamin D. So when we talk about vitamin D and polycystic syndrome is a condition. Do the students, they have heard about this term? Right. So it is a condition which has a heterogeneous disorder. That means multiple factors are responsible for the occurrence of this typical condition in the females. So there is a very high prevalence of polycystic ovary syndrome in our population, around 50 to 52%, and it is a very important and most prevalent cause of infertility. And unfortunately, 85% of the polycystic ovary syndrome females are vitamin D deficient. And this vitamin D deficiency in the polycystic ovary syndrome is not just an incidence, it's not just an occurrence. It is associated with a number of catastrophic changes like metabolic dysfunction, like insulin resistance, leading to type 2 diabetes mellitus, dyslipidemia, that means the dysregulation of the lipids, as well as the hyperandrogenism and chronic inflammatory stress. I'm just trying to focus why I am more focused on the polycystic ovary syndrome. On the basis of its effect on the reproductive physiology. You all know that in the ovaries, the follicles, they develop, and from these follicles, the mature eggs are released for fertilization and conception. So what happens in polycystic ovary syndrome in vitamin D deficient females is that there is a follicular arrest. Hormonal changes, they occur in metabolic disturbances, which occur in all PCOS females as a result of vitamin D deficiency. And most important is that where the conceptus is going to be implanted, and optimal endometrial thickness is required. So vitamin D deficiency, it causes the follicular arrest, as well as it causes the altered endometrial thickness. Vitamin D deficiency is prevalent in Pakistan, and you can see that in the map. Pakistan is one of the leading regions where this vitamin D deficiency is present in the childbearing age, in the infants, as well as in the other population. We propose that this vitamin D deficiency, now what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make a link of the vitamin D deficiency and PCOS to emphasize what I am researching on. So we published in the Journal of College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan, that the vitamin D deficiency is associated with insulin resistance, and this hyperinsulinemia causes androgen excess, and which causes the follicular arrest, as I have mentioned in the previous slide. Once we have mentioned it, we started our research, and this research is in the state-of-art labs in the multidisciplinary laboratory at Aachen University. And these are the insights which I would like to discuss, which we have done on the basis of the prevalence of the vitamin D deficiency, prevalence of vitamin D deficiency in PCOS, and few researches which could help in the improvement of these metabolic and the hormonal disturbances in the PCOS females on account of administration or supplementation of vitamin D. So thank you to the generative AI who has made this schematic diagram of what was the research of our group at Aachen University. We did the screening studies. We tried to elucidate the molecular pathways. We are working on the translation arc, genomics, as well as we are trying to work on the male fertility, and we are publishing on what we have done. So let's go one by one. I will start with the animal model. Initially, we made an animal model. We created PCOS female rats, created PCOS characteristics in them. And by the administration of vitamin D, there was improvement in the follicles, in the ovaries, as well as in the endometrium. So on the basis of this animal study, we started conducting our human studies, and we found out that vitamin D is strongly associated with the antioxidant capacity. We also tried to find out the mechanism of vitamin D deficiency with oxidative stress, and found out that the sirtuin levels, which are antioxidants, are reduced in the vitamin D deficient patients, which can be a cause of infertility in these females. We also worked on the metabolic disturbances and found out that decreased vitamin D in PCOS was linked with abnormal lipid profiles. So as you all know, this is another study which we have done on the vitamin D. And we also studied the polymorphism of the vitamin D receptors and found out that the FOC1 SNP greatly increases the risk of infertility, which is a genetic variant of the vitamin D receptor. We also worked on the interaction of the vitamin D receptor with the vitamin D binding protein to elucidate the pathway, and found out that the plasma membrane estrogen receptor signaling pathway was enriched in vitamin D deficient infertile PCOS females, which can be the cause of the infertility. After doing the observational studies, we moved to the experimental one, performed the first randomized control trial. And in that randomized control trial, we included the PCOS females who were vitamin D deficient and primary infertile, gave them in the intervention group, gave vitamin D, and in the control group, we just gave them metformin. And then we are in the process of collecting the data. And for the initial analysis, we came to know that vitamin D intervention group had better follicular size, which is required for fertility, and improved endometrial thickness. We are also conducting, by virtue of the Pakistan Science Foundation grant, another randomized control trial in which we are including all the PCOS girls in our population. We are collecting our samples from the schools and the colleges above 18 years of girls who exhibit different features of polycystic ovary syndrome, like hirsutism, like menstrual irregularities, and we are giving them vitamin D supplementation, this time by injectable preparations, and we are in the process of collecting the results. What is the effect on the total antioxidant capacity? What is the effect on the lipid profile? What is the effect on the other hormonal parameters? So a little gender bias, only one publication on male infertility and vitamin D, but planning to do more. This we also published that the vitamin D role is critical in reproductive health in the dawns. And the translating insights into action is basically we have to think of those females of those couples who are infertile. And if the infertile couple gets the advice which can help them in addition to having the treatment which may be advanced like the intracytoplasmic sperm injection. And for those infertile couples, if we give the vitamin D, because we have proved that vitamin D improves the ovarian reserve, vitamin D improves the oxidant capacity, vitamin D improves the follicular size, vitamin D improves endometrial thickness. So with the help of the observational and randomized controlled trial, we can restore the antioxidant capacity of those females in utero if they have been diagnosed with vitamin D deficiency. So one take-home message will be screening of all the infertile couples for vitamin D levels. And the future directions will be, we will be inshallah conducting, and research is ongoing on the epigenetic regulation via the vitamin D receptors, multi-omics integration, and if we move beyond the reproduction, then the non-skeletal roles in immunity, metabolism, gut microbiome, etc. So for the students, those who want to, yes, I'm just finishing. So this is my research group, because this would not have been possible without a team. And I'm not as good a motivational speaker as Dr. Farooq Rathore was, but just to motivate students that if you work, you can get it published. These are the books published by elsewhere. And recently I have published the impact of vitamin D on health and disease with the elsewhere. So with this, I close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for a very thought-provoking issue. I mean, just to share the information, one of my female students, she's started working, though on a very basic level, on PCOS. So we for sure would love to have your guidance and opinion on that. Our next speaker is Dr. Ghazala Irfan. Ghazala Irfan is an associate professor and a cardiac electrophysiologist at the National Institute of Cardiovascular Diseases, Karachi. She has joined the institute in January 2016, and since then, she has participated actively in all academic, clinical, and research activities. She is the only cardiologist in Pakistan who has received European Heart Rhythm Association grant for fellowship in clinical cardiac electrophysiology and pacing. She is the first female electrophysiologist in a community of 10 to 12 electrophysiologists in Pakistan. She is an active member of the European Society of Cardiology. She has done her FCPS in cardiology and later on 2-year fellowship in a clinical cardiac electrophysiology and pacing from Virgin University Hospital, Brussels, Belgium. She has co-authored 30 original research articles, including articles as first author in international peer-reviewed journals. Her talk is on precision medicine in action, transforming clinical evidence into patient-centered outcome. Madam, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. So I'm going to talk about a little bit more clinical aspect, and I'm going to get out of the lab into the hospital with my talk. So NICVD, a lot of people know that it's being established in 1963. And since then, it has provided a global, from a service point of view, first a service provider, and now it's a global researcher with a unique mandate of state-of-art treatment for all. So I think a lot of people most probably know that at NICVD, we provide treatment free of cost to every patient who enter in the hospital. So because of that, we have a huge data set of the patient. And it's not the only patient who's coming from the Sindh, it's the patient who are coming from the KPK, from GB, from Balochistan, even from Afghanistan. All these patients, because it's a cardiac treatment is very costly. And it's being provided over there free of cost. So a lot of people come over here. So it's a very diverse group of patients over there. So what is the paradigm shift? We are transitioning from service to sciences, multiple retrospective studies, now investigator-led RCTs, large scale prospective registries, and generating a lot of local data for local guidelines. We have a research unit, a clinical trial unit, and research department in which we help with the students with synopsis and study design, ethical reviews, data collection, and then analysis and manuscript writing. We have our own ethical oversight committee also, and also a centralized committee in which we actually help our postgraduate students to vet their scientific proposals, and then they go into the IRBs. Red Cap system is being used, it's secured, so all the submissions are online, no paperwork, and all the employees are GCP certified for 2 years. We now have an international standard clinical trial unit, and from here, if we see the current global trials which we have already published in JAC and JAMA is TED-CLOT, which is the antiplatelet precision grassroots study across and limit, and these are multiple registries with multiple different international centers of cardiology. The model which we are following is a bot model in which we are acquiring infrastructure without depleting the operational budgets and ensuring the sustainability for the public sector. That's the most important part for a public sector hospital. What we are doing over here, that if I will start with the prevention, important, because yes, we are treating, but prevention is most important. So we have prevention clinics in our hospital, which are kind of screening clinics also. So the people are coming to the clinic, and from there, this is the data, 6.4% risk, time risk in the, especially people who are coming from the KPK. Then lipid lowering medications in our Pakistani cohort is a little bit difficult. We always think that you just have to give them lipid lowering medication and you are preventing the coronary artery disease. But a lot of patients are actually have PCKS9 variants, because of which they are actually resistant to the regular lipid lowering statin medications. And if we see the data all over the world, South Asians have twice the coronary artery disease as compared to the Europeans in the same clinical factors. So because of that, I have already discussed with you the TED-CLOT trial, in which we have actually compared the clopidogrel versus a ticagrelor. And there is a cost effectiveness actually. Clopidogrel is a much cheaper medication as compared to ticagrelor. All over the world, people are changing to that, but we have compared both of the medications in RCT, and we have proved that if we optimize the non-responders, we can actually give them clopidogrel and not switch them to ticagrelor. Then the other effort which we are doing in an ICVD is the specific cardio ops clinic. This is obstetric patients with cardiac problem are, I think, the most vulnerable patients, because it's not a 1%, it's 2%. And lot of the hospitals don't cater for them because they don't understand, and then these patients goes to multiple hospitals. Somewhere they have cardiology, somewhere they don't have obstetrics. So what we are doing, that we are having the patients in our clinics also, and then we are doing the screening of the patients in JPMC obstetric department. We are doing echoes on them. So every patient who is coming on the JPMC obstetric department, we are doing echo, and which that it's a pre-SAP study which is already being published. This year also we have published in a European Heart Journal, and before that in last year it was published in JAC. So if we see that, and then it's just the screening, and we have found that the females who have no symptoms, and almost 4 to 5% have some kind of structural heart disease like valvular heart disease. Young females, because never been seen a cardiologist, just pregnant, then come to the hospital, and just the screening echo with a iPad. So that is something which we started over there, and because of that we have a lot of patients coming to our cardio OB clinic, which we are managing with our obstetric department. Other than that, we have a dedicated heart failure clinic, and with that also we are doing like precision. I would say that every patient is being treated with the phenotype. A lot of the patients have need devices, so they are going to put for the device clinic. A lot of the patients just need the medication, so they are going to the medication pathway. So what is the future with all these things? A 1.6 million of data set. We are building an AI algorithm for heart attack prediction, and using registry evidence to drive national health policy changes, ensuring precision medicine reaches the primary care level. So roadmap is clinical trial excellences, then definitely innovative if we have AI-driven diagnostics, and Pakistan-specific guidelines, because we have all European or American guidelines, and sometimes they don't apply to us because our patient population is different. Even the drug dosing, which they have maximum dose, our patient cannot tolerate that maximum dose. Our patient is on the minimal possible dose, and we cannot put them on that maximum possible dose. So that is the reason that I think we need to have our own data, so we can actually go with our own registries, and then apply to the precision medicines. Quality of life, important holistic assessment, physical, emotional, social well-being, individualized rehabilitation programs for cardiac patient, and also with various home monitoring tools. So patients who come for the rehabilitation, they were given applications, and they can actually log on to the application, and then the monitor who was in the hospital can see which exercises they did on that day or not, and then their phone correspondence with them, so they don't have to come to the hospital for these exercises, for the rehabilitation exercises. Sometimes just walking exercises or all these exercises can be done over there. So if we see 97.5% of the patient reported time for reflection, but only 19.5% experienced sufficient shared decision making. And that is the problem, I think, a cultural problem for all of us in the clinics who are working in the clinics, that we don't give patients the options that this can be the option and this can be the option, and you can make an informed decision because of the lack of the literacy. So we have to have a collaborative decision description language. That means we have to find the models in our own languages, local languages, to tell the patient that this is the things, and make videos from them, which is much more interactive for the patient. Just telling them the procedure or telling them what is going to happening, if we found videos on them, then it's much more applicable to the patients. Barriers, we are just using 1.2% of our GDP for the health. And then definitely the workforce challenge, 40% of the physicians are leaving annually. And systemic gaps, we don't have national registries. Even we have registries in silos. Like one hospital is doing registry, other hospital is doing registry. So we don't have national registries to have a definitive answer to a lot of questions. Important workforce training, definitely, and then clinical adapting international guidelines to clinical context, and forming the national registries which are going to drive the health policies. So in conclusion, I think we have to turn the evidence into outcomes to collaborative innovations, because if we are just collecting the evidence and not putting into the innovations and outcomes, then it's just kind of a registries and data which is just being collected over the period of time, and it can be mine or your own personal successes, but not the success of the system. So I always say with the precision that we spend a lot of time designing the bridge, but we do not spend enough time thinking about the people who are crossing that bridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. जो students research के, who are the students of research, because me myself am a student of research. So regarding the presentation of the madam ने किया RCT, randomized control trial. Now those, if you are not aware of the research study design, so RCT is considered as a gold standard. इसके बाद कोई और study design नहीं है, उसके बाद सिर्फ desk research रह जाता है. Because recently I myself I furnished RCT and it took me more than 2 years, और अब भी मैं उसकी cosmetics ठीक कर रहा हूँ. So good on you, madam. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum. हमारे यहाँ पे सेटअप में कहा जाता है कि जहाँ पे जीनोम और जहाँ पे रिसर्च की बात होगी, एक नाम ज़रूर साथ में पैरेलल आएगा, और उस नाम का वो नाम है इफ्तिखार कयूम का. Now who is इफ्तिखार कयूम? पिछले 2 दिनों से आप मुख्तलिफ स्पीकर्स भी सुन रहे हैं, और हर मॉडरेटर अपने सामने कुछ कागज़ लेके आके उनकी क्रीडेंशियल बताता है. अगर ये छोटा मोटा तारुफ हो तो मैं वैसे भी बयान कर दूं, लेकिन माशाल्लाह इनकी जो क्रीडेंशियल्स हैं, इनकी जो अचीवमेंट्स हैं, इन सारे स्पीकर्स की, और इनके जो पोर्टफोलियोज़ हैं, वो बग़ैर देखे बग़ैर पढ़े हम कह नहीं सकते हैं. सो सर, वी हैव टू हैव द डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस विद अस so as to describe their personality. Professor Iftikhar Qayyum is a head of research at Rehman Medical College, Peshawar. He holds a PhD in human genetics and has made significant contribution to the field, including research in human genetics and cancer. Building his research expertise in 2010, he established the Department of Medical Research at Rehman Medical College, providing students and faculty with the tools and training to conduct the modern standardized research. He conducted NIH-funded research in USA, contributing to advance in the human genetics and cancer research. On his return to Pakistan, he established pathology research laboratory at Ayub Medical College, Ahmedabad, where he trained faculty in modern research methods. At Rehman Medical Institute, he played a key role in developing the Center for Genome Sciences, which provides high throughput next-generation gene sequencing through MISAQ technology. This initiative led him to become the founding principal of the Genome Society, promoting and supporting the emerging field of genome in Pakistan. His topic is the promise of personalized genome medicine, fulfilled or not. Sir, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Professor Ayaz, for that probably unneeded introduction, but thank you anyway. All right, so as you are aware now, my interest in genetics stems from medical college days at King Edwards, starting from establishing a cytogenetics lab and so on. So that interest was maintained, and I was very excited to follow the Human Genome Project, and then later on, probably an offshoot of that, the development of this field of personalized genomic medicine. And I was one of the very early advocates, and a very enthusiastic advocate, that this is not the silver bullet, but the golden bullet, which is going to solve everything for us. Because to me, the only 2 things that we are looking for are genetics, which now is called genomes, and then the environment. It's the interplay of these 2 which cause health or disease. Of course, there are many, many underlying layers to that, but that is the overall thing of it. So I thought that we have probably conquered the genome, and the environment is something which is the next thing to conquer. And we have Habib Jan, he will look after the environment. So I was happy that we are going to have that solution, and then we'll have health for all. So down the line, I felt, there was a bit of quiet going around this particular field. And I got worried. I said, how come this is such a big field? Should lot of people, a lot of labs in the world should be working on this, and we should be seeing a lot of results. So the question came to my mind whether we have really achieved something or not. Sometimes big discoveries are there, they're very exciting, but they do not give us the potential. So I wanted to look into that, and that's why I decided that we should talk about this today. And let's see. So as doctors, we know all this. Sir William Osler, a very, very famous physician. I hope the youngsters please look up the details of him. He's a very well-known figure, one of the pioneers and founders of modern medicine and particular research in medicine and so on. So variability we know very well. The same disease affects people differently. And of course, at that time, it was not known why. It was just an enigma why people are different. Now we know that it's the genes, right? So it's the genes and the environment, it's the interplay of the two that gives the variability. One person will respond very well to a particular organism, invading organism. The other will succumb to it and even die from it. So now we know that better. And this was something that I thought we would be able to now understand and do something about that. We could strengthen the genes. We could now, with the scissors, CRISPR kinase, we could, tailor make the genes. We can have designer babies. We can have health for all, and so on and so forth. So, so one of some of the older enigmas I thought would now be easily explainable by us. But anyway, if we look at the background, so the problem starts. One of the big problem that was there was that the drugs do not work the same way in different parts of the world. One of them is because there are RCTs on a limited number of people, and real world, situations are different. But the second more important thing is that people differ in their genetics, and that is the underlying factor. I was very glad to hear Dr. Irfan's work. But the underlying thing, again, as she said, and we had the same experience over here, is we do not have our own database. We started a precision medicine lab over here. I think it was 2015, probably in August. And it ran very well. We did a lot of research. But then we had to kind of make it dormant because we understood we were doing something unethical in a way. We looked at some very simple diseases like Duchenne muscular dystrophies and thalassemias and stuff like that. And we found that the panel that Illumina gave us, the genes that they said would be there were not there. So our genetic, genomes are different. And I think our region is different because we have had an admixture of so many cultures coming in from all parts of the world, gravitating toward this particular region, of the world. So our gene pool is totally different, and we have to first establish our own gene pool. Then we can say whether we have evidence which is meaningful or which will actually contribute to getting rid of disease. So we kind of made that lab a little bit dormant because it's very difficult to collect a large gene pool. It's very expensive also, and we did not have the machine for whole genome sequencing at that time anyway. So a lot of losses going on just because of that. And therefore, people thought, why not that we could have a more customized approach now that we know the genes? It's most likely a genetic issue, and let's look at the genes and see how we can solve it. So we came upon this genomic medicine, which is the use of genomic information to guide medical decision making. So a lot of hope and a lot of hype also was created just by this particular new field. And the personalized part of it is that we tailor make the drugs to the individual patient, whoever it is. And I read somewhere in 2008 that the NHS in UK would start practicing personalized genomic medicine in 2015, so that the NHS doctors would not be able to prescribe even a simple drug like aspirin without having a genomic profile of the genes responsible for interacting with that particular drug, because the genes could totally negate the effect of the drug through various biochemical ways. So people who were likely to respond to the drugs would be given the drugs based on the genomes, and you would not waste so much money giving people drugs, but they were not likely to respond to that. And this actually did happen or is happening to an extent in the UK. They can afford it, we cannot. So these are some of the things that we expected. lot more. I just mentioned a few of them. We thought we would, be able to do a lot of good things over there. Whether we achieved it or not is the thing that we're looking at. The main areas that were to be targeted were these four, and my particular interest is not in all of them, but I look into areas that are my interest, and of course other people can talk about their areas. So if I look at the literature now, first of all, there's very little literature evaluating this entire field. And I was a bit worried about that because there's a tendency to publish positive findings and not to publish negative findings. There's a very old problem in research. And that's why we get overexcited with RCTs, because only the positive ones are mentioned, and that is an inbuilt bias in the RCTs. So now we have guidelines to publish even the negative ones, so that if we say a drug is 80% effective based on a meta-analysis, it probably isn't so, because the meta-analysis is made up of mostly or almost all positively or successfully reported RCTs. So we have these inbuilt issues. So anyway, this particular, the article mentions some of the abstracts. So biomarkers, some of you who do not know it, the students should look them up. Most of the biomarkers are what we call SNPs or SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphisms, and I will not go into the details of how they are biomarkers, but you can look them up. That is the basis of identifying the different genes that we think are responsible for contributing to disease. And oncology has been the main focus here, at least of my interest. So 97 new anti-cancer medications have been approved. 31 genome-targeted or genome-informed anti-cancer drugs were in use. We have had some major successes, and one of them is, of course, imatinib, which has an excellent response in CML patients, which extends life and also, keeps the quality of life much better than before. Similarly, we have other drugs which have been very, very successful. And now we have the CAR T therapy-based drugs as well. So we have had a lot of success stories, and these are fairly dramatic, and they have been reported extensively. And yet the overall effect of precision medicine has been, as we use the term, modest. What we expected is not what we got. So sometimes it's not good to raise your expectations too high, because you may get crashes down the line. So we should start with small steps and then proceed. So only 8% of patients with cancer are eligible, basically. 5% would actually benefit from them, and so on and so forth. If you look at the cost effectiveness, again, it's very, very expensive. Okay, I'm going to finish. And another one, fails in up to 93% of patients. So are the people selling false hopes. And that's, I'll just go quickly through that because we have a shortage of time. Even in cancer, there was failure to shrink tumors in 95 and 92% of cases. So it has been overhyped, and there's a new book on that. We should all read it and see how it is. Another nice article from India, but it's a good article, and that's the abstract, but that's basically what it is. So they have identified the issues very nicely, but they've also given hope that it's still in its infancy. So let's see, for the future what will happen. Okay, so basically to summarize it, we've had some of these successes: the oncology, the rapid diagnostics, the improved drug development. The failures are also there, and particularly the implementation gaps are very difficult to fill, because this is an area not clearly understood. We have to understand a lot more about the DNA, how it works, before we can actually say anything else about it. So it's not a total failure, but a promising approach that probably has been overhyped, delivering massive success for a few rather than many. And thank you for visitors from outside. We have lots of dry fruit and nuts in Peshawar, so please take them. There's two good places nearby. One is the Karkhano market and one is the Itwar market. Please do visit them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I've got a question in particular for the chairs and in general for the experts in. As a faculty and teaching the research for the last good many years, the students are very much skeptical about the doing research. कि सर ये तो बड़ा मुश्किल काम है और अगर कोई थोड़ा बहुत रिसर्च है भी तो द नंबर्स आर वेरी मच फैसिनेटिंग जी और पिछले 2 दिनों से हम करिकुलम इंटीग्रेशन और कोलैबोरेशन की भी बात कर रहे हैं नई चीज़ आ गई जीनोम्स और बायोमार्कर्स और ट्यूमर मार्कर्स तो sir how would we proceed with to make this genome or genes related research for the students to make it more digestible palatable so that they can start thinking about doing something regarding the markers so in particular for UG that we would take in the end. Our next speaker is Dr. Ali Talha Khalil. Dr. Ali Talha Khalil is an assistant professor in the Department of Pathology and Associate in Research at the Lady Reading Hospital. He has fundamentally advanced the research capability of his institution by founding a state-of-the-art molecular biology laboratory dedicated to diagnostic and cutting-edge research. His primary research interest encompasses the precision oncogenomics, biomaterial, and the ethics of the science and technology. Recently, he has won a highly competitive grant for developing a prototype magnetic biological sensor for the detection of biological agents from NATO under Science for Peace and Security. He is also among the top 2% scientists of the world, according to the data published by the Stanford University, USA. His talk is on decoding the genome, precision oncology in the heart of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the Rehman Medical Institute, the RCD, and the organization of this ICHR conference. It has been a wonderful couple of days. And I will also like to mention the chairs as well. Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz happens to be a former dean. He's my former boss, in fact, still a boss, but and Habib Sahib also a former colleague. So, sir, both of you, wonderful to have you as the chairs of this session. And of course, Iftikhar Sahib is a great person. So, if I can I have my presentation, please? Actually, the presentation was a bit heavier, so I think it will take a bit of time to display it here. मैं थोड़ा सा जब तक प्रेजेंटेशन लोड होती है सर it's perhaps here. It's too genome overloaded that maybe that's why. It's right there. Great. sorry for apologies for waiting you a bit. So we have the just straight away going to the presentation. So the topic is already I am being introduced, but to add it to it, I'm one of the TWAS Young Affiliate member, only one from this region, and it's really a prestigious recognition. Anyways, these two pictures that you see, one of them is, both of them are basically from our publications. One of them is the animation. This is basically the TP53 protein, the molecular dynamic simulation. And this is also the superimposed structure. So we will be talking about the exome sequencing. What we have done, we are basically doing the sequencing for the breast cancers. We are doing the sequencing for the oral cancer as well. And we are doing a lot of comparing this mutant and structure we related. I'll show you in my coming slides. So I'm sure none of you must be alien to this. I expect that everyone is from the healthcare background. But just to give you an overview, cancer is of course a disease characterized by the uncontrolled cell death, uncontrolled divisions of the cells. A major societal problem. The statistics are alarming when you say that when we study it, or the data says to us that it's responsible for almost 16.8% of the communicable and non-communicable diseases when taken and combined, and alone from the 22.8% death when we consider only the non-communicable diseases. One of the leading causes of death, around about 177 out of 183 countries, and of course it's a substantial problem. So previously there was a narrative regarding the cancer that cancer is basically considered as a rich man disease. There was this categorization between the scientists and the healthcare that there are the poor man diseases and there are the rich man diseases. The poor man diseases like dengue, malaria, that are indigenous to us. So there was a talk that we should focus more on those diseases rather than the rich man diseases, that for example cancer or something. But now the data has drastically changed. The narrative that is now grounded, cancer is no longer considered as a rich man disease. This is our problem, and you can see from the data that by 2025, this is the data of the last week. By 2025, the Asian region is expected. This is specifically related to the breast cancer, around about 77.8% increase in the deaths. So it means it's alarming thing. And you can also see the Africa region. Again, it's it's a poor country, but largely a poor continent. But the incidence of mortality and deaths is increasing to several folds. So, and you can see in Pakistan as well. 169.7% expected deaths are expected by 2045. And this is again some other data for you. So I'm not going more into the data part. We all know that this is a big problem. Just like every other cancer, breast cancer is characterized by the uncontrolled cellular growth, apoptotic suppression, angiogenesis. These are all called as the hallmarks of the cancer. And early diagnosis can, of course, help us. More them if you do not know about the mutations. So they're all cancers basically relates to those mutations in various. Like for example, for cell control, for cell cycle, and so on. So there are tumor suppressors and proton genes. There is the national burden of cancer. You can see 1 in every 9 women has a lifetime risk of developing the breast cancer, and annually 83,000 cases are reported. And we go ahead. This is one interesting study published from Faisalabad, and it's again you see 84% of patients were diagnosed with breast cancer between the 14 and 18, and this is a retrospective study. Again, but I'll go ahead. These are the hallmarks of cancer. So there are, of course, tumor suppressor genes, proton genes. There are the cell cycle regulators. When you get mutations in them, so the cell transformed from normal state to malignant state. But I'm not, again. But I'll skip it through. Coming to the real thing that we are doing. So the next generation sequencing is a really useful tool to identify the mutations in the breast or any cancers. In our studies, we have published data on the BRCA1, BRCA2, TB53, P10, XRCC, ATM, and so and so. These are related to breast cancer studies, and we have also published data from the NAC family genes and DNA damage repair genes when it comes to the oral cancers. But I'll discuss the results in shortly in the coming slides. I'm not sure it's still okay. So the rationale of our studies was to identify somatic changes in cancer, in the exomes of the cancer. And basically, like if the Kharseb said that, it's the era of the precision medicine. So already he mentioned it, but the motto is to we need to have the right treatment for right patients. Your DNA is different. Somebody from Afghan, their DNA is different. There are the minor changes in the single nucleotides that contribute to the effectiveness of the treatment. So, we are working on that. Our objective was to perform NGS whole exome sequencing of breast cancer patients from the formalin-fixed embedded blocks. And then we characterized those mutations based on their pathogenicity. We studied impact of those mutations on the stability of the protein. So we involved the proteomic studies as well. We identified the interactive site mutations. We identified the evolutionary significance of those mutations. Then we perform the molecular dynamic simulations. We compare both the wild type and mutant type protein in terms of various parameters I'll show you later. Then we also identify genetic biomarkers, which are of course important, and if the Kharseb already indicated their importance. Then we associated those mutations. Particularly interesting was we associated those mutations with clinical pathological status of the tumor as well as some sociogenetic factors. There are some interesting findings I'll share later. And then we of course we do the docking of the drugs against those mutant proteins. So this study was in collaboration with the Khyber Medical University. Almost 5 PhD students graduated using, the exome sequences and of the oral cancer and the breast cancer. The data is available. The sequence data archive is submitted to the NCBI, and it's available on the, this link. Methods, a short one slide about method from our breast cancer study. So we included there were total 19 patients in it. It's a very expensive study. So, we cannot include more. Per person, I think it cost us almost two dialogue or something. So it is a pretty costly study. So we just included 19 samples. We have the capacity only. The grant was only, to cater for those. Then there were the recruitment sites, and there was the immunohistochemistry markers that we have studied, and the sequencing was done from the Korea. These are the publications coming out from the study. All of them are published in the past two years from in the American Chemical Society, in the Neoplasia, in the Frontier in Genetics, Frontier in Bioinformatics, BMC Cancer Scientific Reports, and there are some others as well. These are all results from our papers, right? This is what the graphical abstract, patient from enrollment, tissue biopsy collection, making of the block, then bioinformatic, the isolation, then sequencing, then bioinformatics, going to the predictions, modeling, and then association studies. This was the scheme of study, the tools that we have used in these papers. These are some of them. We have also added later on other tools as well. So the bioinformatic pipeline, if you may not be aware, but when you get the sequence from the machine, for example, it is kind of very unreadable. You cannot read it. You have to perform a series of steps to make it readable. So it's called the pipeline. So there are GetK pipeline. There is this BAM pipeline as well. So just shortly, the FASTQ files were aligned with the Human Genome 38 using BWA tools. SAM tools were applied, VCF tools were applied, and then of course we eventually have the CSV file. Then we finally filtered it with the RStudio. This was the quality of the sequence data. It's fine. So this was great. This is this finding from the first study. We include TP53, PIK3CA, and P10. These are the results, the social demographic distribution of the population, the type of cancer they have, the grade of cancer they have, the immunohistochemistry they have. This was the post-menopausal, pre-menopausal status of the patients. So this is for these three genes. We have reported 20% mutations were novel. These are the germline and somatic distributions as well. Almost 23 of those mutations are single nucleotide variants. And for example, this mutation, we're talking about biomarkers, so TP53, P33R, even proline, on 33 position turns to arginine. It's one of the potential biomarkers, but we can discuss it later because of the time. This is the lollipop plots. This is the exon-wise distribution. This is the predictions, all in silico predictions using various databases. So it tells you which is, which mutation is tolerated, which is pathogenic, and so and so. This is the effect of mutations on the protein stability. So this is, if you remember in chemistry and physics, we used to say the Gibbs free energy. So any change in the Gibbs free energy, when that is in minus or negative, this is the destabilizing state. So this is all the SZVs that have a destabilizing effect. This was the interaction sites prediction we got from this study, 9 interaction sites. These were the visualization in pi mole, so we superimpose them, and later we use them for the simulation. So for example, this is one simulations I want to show. This is again the TP53 protein. So sorry, simulation. If we do simulations here, it took us almost weeks because it requires a lot of those computational power. So, but anyways, we were lucky enough we were able to do it. These were the results from the simulation. So I'll explain it later in the later slide. Basically, what does that mean? But these are all the interaction sites mutations. So from MDS simulation, we get, for example, you see the radius of gyration. So if that is increased after the mutation, it means that protein has a perturbed structure. The protein used to be like this, folded. But if that is unfolded, the gyration radius increases, and which is reflected by this graph that you just see here. And that is the root mean square deviation. Again, you see along the carbon-carbon chain, it remains same, but after 6 nanoseconds, it deviates, means there are structural perturbations in the protein. And we also perform the root mean square fluctuations for that as well. Just to summarize it, these are the radius of gyrations. These are the evolutionary conserved regions. Which mutation was conserved, which was structurally conserved, which is functionally important, and so and so. So all those data. Protein-protein interaction network, we have studied them. This is the associations that we done, and conclusion from this study. I'll just relate it to one conclusion because, like for example, globally, we say that for breast cancer, abortion is not considered as a risk factor. But for our study, we got some mutations that was exclusively related to the abortion strongly. So what we say now that we need to, further work on it with larger sample size to further validate it. But we are up to some very new findings here, and so these are some of the findings. Some of the paper published in Neoplasia was related to BRCA1 and BRCA2. We use the same mantra, like for the previous paper, and these are the lollipop plots, these are the simulations, these are the visualizations, the simulation results, the association results. These are the predictions: tolerated, pathogenic, deleterious, and so and so. These are the mutations. Again, these are the predictions, stability effect, the protein, the interactions, and short conclusion for that study. And likewise, for the other study, we again get this BRCA1 frameshift mutation, which was exclusively present in the patients with the abortion. So this is something interesting that we need to study. Another study published in Frontier in Genetics. These are the I'll just go through these slides. And and these are the docking. We have also done the docking again with 2 anti-cancer compounds. And these are the conclusions. So I'm just giving the conclusion. This is again another study that we are working on it to do. So anyways, the time is too short, and this is a huge data. We know that genomics is a huge subject. Last but not least, acknowledgements. Dr. Asif Ali from KMU, of course, Lady Reading Hospital, Dr. Mamunir, HEC, KMU, Dr. Akif for and thank you very much. Let's beat the cancer together. Thank you. I am available. Just one last announcement that we will be organizing the LRHCon around about November. So please feel free to participate, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Allah. Our final speaker for the session is Professor Dr. Zille Huma. Dr. Zille Huma serves as the head of the Department of Anatomy at the Khyber Medical University. She attained her PhD from the University of Glasgow, and she is a FCPS in general surgery. With extensive experience in medical education and anatomical sciences, she has played a pivotal role in strengthening foundational medical training and curricular development. Her academic interests include gross anatomy, histology, embryology, and innovative teaching methodologies in medical educations. At ICHR-26, Dr. Huma brings valuable expertise in anatomical sciences education, research, mentorship, and academic leadership. Her talk is on clinical frontiers, the human factor. Dr. Zille Huma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, the chairs and the audience. आपके सब्र का इम्तिहान हम लेंगे मज़ीद. We wait for the presentation. I would thank my speakers जिन्होंने अभी तक सबने किया है. Dr. Rehana ने, Dr. Ghazala, Sir Iftikhar Qayyum ने, और Dr. Ali Talha. It just made my work easier. They explained everything so nicely with the work they've done. As you've seen, that there is a lot of work being done on the science aspect. It's a lot of, खासकर Dr. Talha ने जो हमें data दिखाया ना, we were just, I think everyone in the audience was just data itna idhar udhar. And I think he brings the point in mind that we are getting this data. We have these databases online जो कि ज़ारे वेस्ट के हैं. हम अपना database build करें अपने लोगों की population पे. उस data से अब करना क्या है? So the idea for this presentation was to bring in the human factor in it. So the metaphor that I've used for this is the orchestra of healing. इसमें different speakers and different चीजें point out की हैं. So what I suggest is precision medicine is the sheet music. ये dot dot जो आपको नजर आ रहे हैं और जो सर ने जो डॉक्टर तलहा ने जो सारा data दिखाया, that's the whole data. So sheet music में क्या होता है? Any sheet music that's given to any musician, it has notes, it has timing, sequences, and performances that you have to work on. Precision medicine does the same thing. So the right drug or intervention, the right dose and timing, the right sub-patient subgroup. So it transforms care from generalized protocols to individual strategies, and someone has to do this. So foundations of precision medicine, Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum nicely defined a lot of things. Genomics and molecular profiling में use हो रहा है, biomarkers, pharmacogenomics and big data or AI हमारे पास integration में आ रहा है. लेकिन limitations क्या हैं? Why the music is not enough? We get all this data. Do you think we could interpret it without Dr. Talha there to interpret it with us? It's just a lot of beautiful colors and things going on. So the complexity of the interpretation that is there for the clinicians, there's a lot of data overload coming. Breast cancer पे बहुत काम हो रहा है, P53 पे भी बहुत काम हो रहा है, और different aspects से different data आ रहा है कि आखिर में बंदा confused होता है, what should I do, how should I go about it? ठीक है? So even the most precise biological blueprint cannot improve outcome on its own. It must be interpreted, delivered, and supported effectively. So the human factor, the musicians, this is the multidisciplinary team that comes in. These are the people who are going to interpret this data and make it effective. So human factors kya hai? The study of how people interact with systems, tools, and processes. That's the beauty of the whole thing. You have all these animated, inanimated things that are everywhere, but you need a human factor to interpret that. And this includes not only the clinicians, the caregivers, and also the patients to make it sound right. For example, communication team errors ho sakte hain. Patient ki understanding. If the patient is with you through the whole thing, in many RCTs, in many trials, the patient is taken on board the meetings that are going on regarding treatment of other patients. The caregivers are involved. And that input is essential to improve adherence of whatever we are suggesting. So what musicians interpret the sheet music, they coordinate timing, rhythm, performance. Health professions क्या करेंगे, वो interpret करेंगे इस clinical and genomic data को, real time decisions करेंगे, इस मरीज को हमने ये देना है इस वक्त. Adapt care based on patient response. So patient response is also essential. So you translate this to bench to bedside, and the human factors again come in so many things, from recruitment to adherence to protocols to communication, understanding, and all these. And the impact is then you have good, efficient trials, you have better real world outcomes, not just data and a publication that is just sitting there, but you have an implementation of that data into the real world, faster adaptation of the therapies. So technology and human factors combined together give you the outcomes. So AI, machine learning, genomics, these are assistants, they are not solutions, but you need meaningful outcomes with good team-based care. So I'll give you a couple of examples. The third most important thing is the environment. And we forget this in many ways. So we have excellent clinicians, we have the science, we have the support, we have the drug. लेकिन जिस माहौल में हम उस मरीज को इंश्योर करते हैं कि वो आए हमारे साथ और रहे, we forget that. A patient is a human being that needs the ambience to recover. अगर उसकी जगह ऐसी है जहां वो आराम से सुकून से ट्रीटमेंट ले सके, जहां हंगामा ना हो, साफ सुथरी जगह हो, it makes a hell of a difference. And I think all of us have been patients at some time. We've had loved ones going into any hospital, and this is a factor that we do consider. So the ambience is extremely important, and the strong social support that is needed with that. So the connection, the sheet music, the plan for tailored treatment, the humans interpret it, the clinicians, the supportive environment is there, and then you get the outcome, which is the symphony, which is actually what we are aiming for, the beauty of the whole thing. Then we are happy, the patient is happy, and you have an excellent symphony with a meaningful health outcome. So this is what it should look like. You have precision medicine, you have the science going on, you take into understand this, that it has to be human-centered support. You have a healing environment which will increase and optimize any outcome. So I'll give you just two examples. Breast cancer की बात हो रही है, HER2 पे बहुत ज़्यादा काम हुआ है. Clinical context क्या है? कि HER2 है 15 to 20% ओवर एक्सप्रेस करते हैं. उसमें क्या है, प्रिसिजन मेडिसिन ने आपको शीट दे दिया, आपको सारा बता दिया कि HER2 ओवर एक्सप्रेशन है, ये ड्रग है और ये सब कुछ है, अब आप करो, यूज करो. ह्यूमन फैक्टर क्या है कि आपकी जो HER2 टेस्टिंग है वो रिलायबल होनी चाहिए. वो इस बायोमार्कर को इंटीग्रेट करेंगे ट्रीटमेंट डिसीजंस पे. ऑन्कोलॉजिस्ट इसको इंटरप्रेट करेगा. अंडरस्टैंड कि इसके बेनिफिट्स क्या हैं, ठीक है ना, और इंश्योर करें कि एडहेरेंस आए. The system and environment, the access to this specialized kind of care, the availability of diagnostic infrastructure and the support, the education of the family, the caregivers, the patients themselves, the follow-up and the monitoring, that ensures the actual treatment. शुरू में तो हम दवाई start कर लेते हैं, and we've seen this, कि patient बस छोड़ देता है. There's a lot of reasons that we lose our patients on the way. And we as clinicians, we treat the patients, but वो जो long-term care or follow-up है, we need a whole team for that. We need good nurses, we need good hospital environment, and a lot of support staff. So when we have all of these aligned, we see a dramatic improvement in survival and disease control. Another example is molecular tumor boards. And a lot of hospitals are working on this. I think we had one in RMI also when I was working here. Dr. Zubair Durrani in maxillofacial started working. There was one collaboration between RMI, Northwest, and it was a wonderful one. And I think it's still ongoing. So multidisciplinary approach is what we call. So these are molecular tumor board. What they do is they look at whatever is available. You get the data, the genomic sequencing, जहाँ से भी आया आपका. आपके पास mutations आ गई, जो भी आपके options आ गए treatment. Collaboration across the boards, the clinical, molecular, computational knowledge. Yeah. And then the environments that you have. वो environment, वो supporting environment उन hospitals से आती है, वो मिलके जो सारा काम करते हैं. So you have a structured multidisciplinary forum involving the oncologists, the geneticists, the pathologists, the bioinformaticians, the pharmacists, and the purpose is to interpret that data, translate it into clinical actionable treatment plans. It looks like a very simple plan, but it's a whole big thing, bringing all these people together to work on these patients. And definitely there is a highly personalized evidence-informed treatment strategies that you develop for that specific patient there. So challenges, why in some contexts we are able to do this, in very some niche areas we are able to do this. It's because there's a lot of overload data जो coming up आता है. Resistance to change, of course, routine में चल रहा है, बस ठीक है हम करते रहे हैं, अब हमें नई चीज करने की क्या जरूरत है. Cost is a big thing in precision medicine. Your genetics, your mutation analysis आपने करनी, it's very expensive to identify these areas जहाँ पे हम कर सकें. And of course, the researcher-patient guideline. We really need to think at this point that we have these big committees and we have all these scientists and oncologists, but we should consider putting some caregivers also on those committees. You get a unique insight into how they perceive what is happening. वो जो patient लेटा होता है उसको पता है कि उसके साथ क्या हो रहा है. So some of these things are very good. So what do we do? You train clinicians in human design. So we go back to the human thing. हम AI की बहुत बात करते हैं, artificial intelligence, but we should never ever forget the human factor involved in this. The patient's perspective into any trial design that we're working on, multidisciplinary teams coming back, and a continuous feedback loop, that is essential. You can have short feedback, you can have longer feedback. Don't start something and just leave it, कि साल के end में review करेंगे. साल is a big thing. So this is something that is extremely important. So precision medicine is necessary, but it's not sufficient on its own. The human interpretation is there. You need supportive care, and you need to integrate all these three things. So a well-rehearsed orchestra that produces beautiful music, you will need all of these factors to come together. So this is the idea, I think, that we need to focus more on the human-centered approach and how we can come together and provide support to all these people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zillehuma. With this, we formally ends with our speakers. So, sir, over to the chairs. So, can I have your comments?
Thank you very much, sir. I think, first of all, a big Johanna, round of applause for the organizer and the scientific committee for organizing this particular conference, and especially the parallel session. If you look at the speakers of the parallel session and the presentations they had, they were so very well intertwined with each other. So I'll just start with, and because we're pressed for time, very briefly and very quickly, the end sort of was very nice in way Dr. Zillehuma pointed out how important it is to focus on the patient. And that's what all the speakers are talking about, whether it's genomic medicine, whether it's precision medicine, and whether the wonderful work that Dr. Rehman is doing or this is being done in NICVD. It's all about patient and how simple treatments like making sure that vitamin D is available and their levels are all right can alleviate disability and infertility in not hundreds of thousands but millions of women across Pakistan to genomic and precision medicine. And that's what research is all about. That's what bringing basic sciences and clinical sciences is about in healthcare. And that is what is so beautifully put up in this particular parallel session. So thank you very much for having us here, and over to sir.
Sir, वो मेरा एक सवाल था शुरू में सर.
Sir.
कि पिछले 2 दिनों से हम बात कर रहे हैं कोलैबोरेशन, इंटीग्रेशन और फिर जो यंग रिसर्चर्स हैं, और आज की जो सेशन था सो मोर or less it was around the biomarkers or the tumors or genomes. So how to make it more interesting and palatable for our young researchers so that they can start thinking about undertaking research projects in these areas?
So I think one of the things that was highlighted in this particular session was that everybody needs to find their own interest in research. So, for example, Professor Rehman's interest was quite dissimilar from the interest that Ali Tala Saab has, or Iftikhar Saab, whose name is sort of synonymous with ours, RMI or RCD. So everybody needs to find their own niche, their own interest in research. But without research, this is what Islam says as well, without tahqiq, without tadabbur, to zindagi koi hai hi nahi. So unless and until we think what is happening, why it is happening, and how we can improve ourselves. So that is my message to the students and to the faculty as well, so that they need to find their own interest in research, and it can be very basic to very hi-fi and very exciting, like the genomics of precision medicine, but do research and do think about why things are the way they are and how we can improve them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Habib Johnson.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me. I think it's a great opportunity to reflect back, on the studies and on the researches being conducted here in Peshawar and in Pakistan overall. As you know, I've been away from science for a few years, and I'm maybe not that much relevant in today's meeting. So although I have a background in science and in molecular biology and precision medicine, all these, but if I say something unscientific, so my apologies. So just to start from the precision medicine, because there are students sitting here, and it's a new area, new topic. So generally, in precision medicine, we sort of deviate from the principle of one size fits for all principle. So obviously, the world is now moving towards precision medicine because luckily we have these genomics technologies, and I think the starting point for that was the Human Genome Project, where the human genome was sequenced. I think that was the great initiative we have had in our history, and now because sequencing is just it's not that easy, and it's so rather cheap. So we have the opportunities to explore the genome of human beings. So we have had some wonderful presentations today, and because I'm working in the Environmental Protection Agency, so let me correlate these studies with the environment, and especially the environmental medicine, because in Pakistan we have so many problems with environmental degradations and mismanagement, whether it's the industry, whether we have the wastewater mismanagement, or the air quality is also getting worse and worse day by day. Similarly, we have a big problem with healthcare waste mismanagement as well. So, in a holistic way, we have some, serious challenges, environmental challenges. And the impact of those, environmental problems we have is enormous on human health, obviously, and because we have studies in the Western world. But I think, as you asked, what would be the incentive for the research? So I think there's a huge, incentive that at least because we have all these problems, and we have to work on those problems. So the first thing is that we have to identify the problem, and then we have to go for that. So for the students, I think it's a great opportunity to think out of the box. For example, we have industrial waste. For example, we have marble slurry because marble industry in KP is very developed. And there were some studies recently where they found that heavy metals are found in those waste. And obviously those heavy metals, they affect our health. So the other problem is also we have this in our society, we have this consanguinity problem that we have this cousin marriages. And that is also a big problem. We have so many diseases related to such, to this. So there are, avenues which you can work on. And these are real, real problems of our society. So I think these kind of events that could, highlight the problems we have, and the students can work on those lines in their research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Habib Jan. For a certificate distribution, may I request Shafiq Rahman, Chief Executive of Rehman Medical Institute, to be on the stage, and our worthy Principal Rehman Medical College to be on the stage, please. For the chair, the first chair is Professor Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz. Dr. Habib Jan. Professor Dr. Rehana Rahman. Professor Dr. Ghazala Irfan. Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum. Professor Dr. Ali Talha Khalil. Professor Dr. Zile Huma. Thank you very much, sir. Finally, sir, on behalf of the organizers and the management of the conference, we are extremely thankful to our chairs and our speakers. Oh, I'm your host, Professor Dr. Ayaz Ayub. My area of specialty is mental health and With this, we conclude our sessions. Thank you very much to the audience even. So now the stage is for the next session, please. Dear participants, there is an announcement for the management. QR code is going to be displayed. So we really want to have the feedbacks. That's very important for the organizers. So QR code should go. Just a request from the participant to scan the QR code just to have your feedbacks. ये थोड़ा सा QR कोड अगर कोई स्कैन कर रहे हैं, स्कैन करने के बाद 2 मिनट
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So if you are done scanning the QR code and giving your valuable feedback, so we will now start with the next session. And so my name is Dr. Fahad Azam. I will be moderating this session. And this plenary session is going to be the last plenary session of ICHR-26 conference. And in this session, we will explore and discuss how big data, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence, they are reshaping the way we design, conduct, and translate health research into meaningful, impactful researches. So first, I will introduce both chairs for this session. And the first chair for this session is Professor Abda Shaheen. And Professor Abda Shaheen is a distinguished academician at Shifa Tamir Millet University. She is head of the Department of Pharmacology, and she holds an MBBS, MPhil, PhD, and a Master's in Health Professional Education degree. Additionally, she is also a fellow of the International Framework Institute and associate fellow of AMI, and is currently pursuing a Master's in Bioethics from Arkhan University, Karachi. And welcome, Dr. Abda Shaheen. And our next chair will be Professor Ahmed Raza. He is currently working at National University of Computer and Emerging Sciences, which is popularly known as FAST. And Professor Ahmed Raza has more than 15 years of post-PhD experience in the field of teaching and research in fintech, medical imaging, computer vision, natural language processing, and especially deep learning. And he has more than 40 publications to his credit. So thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for being here. So very briefly, I have a few rules to share. That the maximum time for each presentation for each presenter will be approximately 10 minutes. And we will take question and answers at the end of the session. So now I have the privilege of introducing our first speaker, who is Professor Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz.
And let me introduce him again. He is a professor of surgery and medical education. He has fellowships from CPSP Pakistan, Royal College UK, PhD in Pakistan, and from UK. He was the former dean and CEO of Lady Reading Hospital, and currently he holds a position of rector and director of academics and course lead at the Health Services Academy, Islamabad. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for this generous introduction. And again, great appreciation to the organizing committee as well as the organizers and scientific committee of this wonderful conference. It's always a pleasure to be here to the RMI conferences. They're very well organized, and they are a lesson in how to conduct a conference as well. So I have 10 minutes, and I'm going to be very quick. So it's just a sort of a brief run through, sort of a interactive session. So it's 2 a.m. in the morning, and the deadline is approaching. It could be because we are feeling lazy, or we have to submit something early tomorrow morning. There are more than 40 interview transcripts, hundreds of pages of data, no clear themes yet. We're all clinicians or busy professionals. We have not had the time to meet that deadline, and we really don't know what to do now. So we turn towards artificial intelligence, and we have so many artificial intelligence platforms now to turn to because they are so freely available on our websites and through our social media. And within 30 seconds, we see that we get clean codes, organized themes, structured output, and we're really happy. But something doesn't feel quite right. So there's something is off. And did AI actually understand our data or just organize words? And why is it that we feel that way? Because I'm a very strong proponent of qualitative research, and I believe I like qualitative research because I like to understand individuals. And no two individuals are alike. Everybody has their own positionality, their own personality, their own way of thinking, and their own way of understanding the world. Their worldviews are different. And that is important because artificial intelligence does not understand that. So we study human experiences, we interpret meaning, not just text, and we work within complex paradigms. And this is not just data for us. This is the context in which we live. This is our positionality versus the millions of positionalities and personalities and understanding of their worldviews out there and how we interpret that. So the reality we face is that we have increasingly complex research designs, massive qualitative databases, limited time and high expectations, and we need help, but not at the cost of rigor. So rigor is important, and we believe that it is important. And AI is everywhere in research now, but it should not be considered a replacement, but as a research assistant that never sleeps. So you have that personal assistant with you that never sleeps, and you can use that. But from idea to publication, AI can be used in so many ways, and I do not have to list all those AI platforms that are available there because there are hundreds of coming every single week, and you can pick and choose. But AI is already a part of our workflow because we live in an AI immersive environment, and we cannot sort of say that AI is not there, we can't use it. We have to embrace it, but we need to embrace it judiciously and ethically. So let's test it. If I ask AI to generate interview questions on professionalism, do you think they will be good? It's an answer. It's a question to the audience. Do you think that those questions would be any good? Yes? Yes? So they would be quite good, actually. And AI can generate structured research questions, structured interview guides. It can suggest frameworks, explore professionalism using an interpretivist approach. It sounds smart, but is it meaningful? It might be meaningful as long as you understand what it says, but it might not be meaningful if you do not understand it. So that relevance, that connection with AI, what AI is providing you is very important. So AI can save time, provide structure, cover broad domains, but it cannot understand your context. It does not align deeply with your paradigm, and AI gives you a draft, not a design. That is where everyone gets excited, right? Analyzing qualitative data. And we have so much of data, and it can generate codes instantly, cluster themes, detect patterns, perform sentiment analysis. In seconds, we have that. But AI does not provide that experience within the context, understand emotions, recognize nuances, and interpret the silence that you sort of witness when you are having those interviews or focus group discussions or collecting data in the real world. So AI output can be very significant, but it has to be contextualized by the researcher themselves. And the lived experience needs to be part of it. The role shift is that you are the interpreter, you are the researcher, and AI becomes the coding assistant, the pattern detector, the productivity tool, not a decision maker. And as long as we understand that, use of AI is fine. AI suggests you interpret, AI detects you co-construct, but AI must serve as your partner. It should not replace you. Right? We agree with that? It can never replace us. So AI output sounds confident, looks structures, feel correct, but can be completely wrong. How many times we have seen AI hallucinate, to be delusional, to provide something. Only yesterday, we were talking about papers being submitted with more than 70% of those papers have hallucinated references, which people do not even check and then submit it to journals. I'm sure Shaukat Ali Javed Saab has had a number of those in his journal, obviously rejected. So there are ethical risks and issues related to AI use as well. Data privacy risks, algorithmic bias, fabricated insights, loss of reflexivity. The more we risk using AI, the more of research could be flawed, unless and until we are confident that we are using it judiciously and ethically. So the smart use of AI requires brainstorming, drafting, initial coding, pattern exploration. But that is what the AI should be used for. We need to ensure that we think ourselves, not let AI think for ourselves. As long as we do not let AI think for ourselves, take up our brain and our thoughts, it is fine. So do not use it for final interpretations, for drawing conclusions, replacing critical thinking. If AI gives the answer, always question it, because unless and until you question it, you will probably end up somewhere nasty. So practice mindset should be to validate outputs, maintain audit trails, decode AI usage, reflect on your own role, and be transparent, because that will improve credibility. So the future of research, we are entering into an era of human plus AI collaboration, and it should not be a competition, and it should not be a replacement, but more of a collaborative effort between artificial intelligence and humans. So final reflection, go back to the beginning. You got themes in 30 seconds. Now ask, did AI help you understand your data or just make it look organized? AI will never replace researchers, but researchers who understand AI will definitely reshape research and replace those researchers that do not understand AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening talk. So next on the prestigious speakers list, we have Dr. Faisal Khan. And Dr. Faisal Khan is a famous biologist and technology entrepreneur whose interdisciplinary laboratory has led pioneering initiatives in synthetic biology in Pakistan. He currently leads federally funded precision medicine pilot projects, and he currently also leads the Center for Genomic Sciences at Rehman Medical Institute. So Dr. Faisal Khan has advised federal and provincial governments on science, technology, innovation, and higher education. And with a master's and doctorate degree at the University of Oxford, Dr. Khan has received numerous awards, including recognition as a young global leader by the World Economic Forum. So over to you, Dr. Faisal.
Thank you. It's a total honor to be here. I only have 10 minutes and I have a lot of slides, but I'm just going to focus on a bunch of vignettes so we can reflect, हम मिलके reflect कर सकें कि how do we pull off AI का interdisciplinary research in our settings, and maybe what has been our recipe that we can share with you. Clicker नहीं चल रहा. Okay, these are some disclosures. Next. Yeah. Yeah, for non-Peshawaris, Peshawar is one of the oldest living cities in Asia. Next. We're blessed to be here in phase 5 of Hayatabad, which arguably is the densest healthcare cluster in the country. And we're very keen that इसमें हम research के layers को किस तरह further enhance कर सकते हैं through our work and our partners' works. Next. ये चल सकता है? It's gonna take a lot of time then. Okay. Next. So the lab started off about 7 years ago. We were mandated and funded by the federal government कि आप precision medicine pilot करें local population में. The idea was we're the 5th largest country in the world. We don't know how our genome looks like. And this was 2020. So the minister was like, what's the best ROI? हमने कहा oncology में we can have a good proof of concept. The next question is, which area of oncology? And the answer was oral cancer. Next. We're very proud to be interdisciplinary and translational. 2 keywords you need to remember if you want to do some AI research in your hospital, in your department. Next. And the mission was to glean every single data point available to optimize cancer treatment, but also minimize ineffective treatment for our patient and their household. Next. We're blessed with a lot of talented people. It's a less than 1% acceptance rate. It's sad, but that's the reality. We are blessed with some really nice co-investigators within the cluster, जो हमें mentor करते हैं, जो हमें guide करते हैं within their specialties. And we have a lot of younger people joining us on the summers. Next. This is the lab. It's very centralized. Everything is in one spot, which really speeds up the type of work we do. And these are some of the capabilities that we have, many of them a rarity in the country, which is unfortunate, but again, a blessing for everyone in Peshawar and the cluster over here. Next. Precision medicine, as we all know, is genes, environments, and lifestyle. How do we integrate that into diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment? Next. This is the oral cancer landscape globally. As you can see, purple wala jo bada circle hai, that's India in numbers. The second one's Pakistan, third one's Bangladesh. So it's clearly a cancer of the subcontinent. Next. These are all cancers, mortality versus incidence plotted. If you only look at lip and oral. Next. Next. You see the 3 countries up at the top. Again, emphasizes on the point. But sadly, it's a very poorly studied cancer as well. Parcha aap uthate hain, usme likha it's a heterogeneous cancer. How does that help your clinician? Heterogeneous इसलिए ही तो है कि poorly studied है, which means the onus is on us. How do we study our diseases in our local population? And that's a huge decision at the policy level. Next. So we went after a treatment-naive cohort. We recruited oral squamous cell patients. We went after a multi-omic stack. This is a systems medicine approach कि सिर्फ genome नहीं करना, उसके allied जो बाकी layers हैं वो भी build करने ताकि clinical outcomes हमें समझ आ सकें. And we call this project MOCA. Next. Next. So it's not just the genomic layer. हमारे पास imagery भी है सारी उनके biopsies की. हमारे पास a very detailed patient history document that is all digitized that we use. Next. And we went on and we became bolder and bolder through our collaborators. Next. And we made a whole stack of different omes. So genomes आपको नजर आ रहा है. Metagenomes means salivary samples को उठा के आप उसमें oral microbiome देख सकें. Which species are present, which are not. Transcriptomes means gene expression किस तरह हो रही है. Tumor में कौन से genes on या off हो रहे हैं versus the normal ones. And we're also now looking at metabolomics with partners. At the back, we have a whole biorepository जिसमें samples अभी तक पड़े हैं, open to collaborations. But we also have cell lines. So for every tumor, we draw cell lines out of it. And this is really special. Tumors को 30 मिनट के अंदर ship किया जाता है lab में. This gives, we trick the tumor in the flask कि आप अभी भी body में हो, and the tumor starts to grow and take over the flask. This is a cell line at that stage. You can freeze it, freeze aliquots, thaw them, do experiments later. 5 साल बाद, 10 साल बाद, 2 घंटे बाद, whichever way you like. So basically, you get a preclinical test bed for any follow-up experiments. सिर्फ data आपका काम नहीं आना, आपने validate भी करना होगा before you take it to the clinic. Next. Little did we know AI was going to come. AI में patient history को हम labels बोलते हैं. And now you can tell your model कि मुझे बताओ कि smoker, chain smoker और नस्वार वाले के बीच में क्या फर्क है at a genomic level. What are the mutations caused by X and Y? This is just to appreciate the whole pipeline that we have and the lengths we have to go to recruit every single patient. Next. 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 So ये हमारी demographic है. I'm gonna save you the details, but the idea is that now that we have the multi-omic stack, it's enabling tons of research in different tangents thanks to AI, and I'll show you some vignettes. I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. Next. These are our earlier mutation wale data dumps. Agar aap dekhen, MD Anderson ka cohort is only 40 people for oral cancer. That's what guides your NCCN document, which is, in my view, criminal. कि हमारे यहाँ तो 40 आपको एक हफ्ते में मिल जाते हैं. And how do you do that? How do you copy and paste the insights from that list of mutations on this one? अगर आप left hand पे देखें, the mutations are totally different in our population. Each single gene is like a discovery which we need to chase, validate, take it to the clinic, tell the surgeons that this is how you stratify in a different way. Next. These are lollipop diagrams just to show that हर gene में mutations same नहीं होते. You have multiple mutations, and if you can look at the taller lollipop, you see that 7 patients have the same mutation. 7 totally different patients have the same mutation in this particular gene, which needs to be investigated. So these are the insights that we get, and we have dozens of them that needs to be followed through. Next. This is RNA-seq data. I'll save this for you. This is कौन से genes ज़्यादा on हो रहे हैं, ज़्यादा off हो रहे हैं cancer में. FAT4 stands out over here. Next. Next. This is the microbiome. So red वाले जो हैं, these are overexpressed bacteria in your mouth, which are risk factors for cancer. The blue ones they vanish during cancer from your saliva. So both sides need to be investigated, and you could engineer probiotics if you can spot a species that is of interest. This is really exciting. और आजकल cancer में microbiome एक पूरा एक field बन चुका है. आगे. Next. Next. This is really cool. Next. I'll just spend 1 minute on this. AI in histopathology is remarkable, but it's inaccessible. There are 3 barriers right here in this table. इमेज को स्कैन, स्लाइड को स्कैन करने के लिए आपको इमेज बनाने के लिए स्कैन करना होगा. स्कैनर आपको 2 करोड़ का मिलता है मिनिमम. That's a barrier. I don't think any hospital can afford that. Every image is a gigabyte. That's another barrier. आपको कितने patients के लिए कितने hard disks लेने होंगे? And if that's the number of gigabytes, compute is required. Then you need GPUs to run those models. So we were like, ये first world चीजें हमारे पेशावर में नहीं चलने वाली. And we were like, if AI इतना बड़ा बदमाश है, and it can crunch and give us some signals, can it give us some signals from low cost, low resolution images, जो 5 megapixel वाले हैं, जो हमारे ordinary binocular microscope के नीचे हमको मिल जाते हैं. And that's exactly what we did for oral, breast, gastric, and colorectal. Thanks to all our partners here in RMI. Next. I'm just putting them here because I don't have time to acknowledge every single one. आगे जाएं. So this is the whole slide image. Those are the low cost, low resolution ones. Next. And we trade like 9 models. This one outperformed every single one of them. अगर आप oral को देखें, it's with 98.7% accuracy. तो imagine आप पूरे screening का एक stall लगा सकते हो अपने tertiary care में to screen through people and predict कि भाई किसको clinic में ज़्यादा देखना चाहिए. And it's getting very exciting. We're trying to fundraise for this now. And there is interest from various parties. Next. I'm going to skip this. These are the cell lines that we have. एक MDT में साहब ने कहा कि अगर आप cells grow कर सकते हो, आप उसको test क्यों नहीं कर सकते? And that's exactly what we did. Next. So you put 1 million cells in each dish. और oncologist का favorite जो concoction है, combinations या individual drugs, उन सबको test कर दो, उस patient के tumor के cells के खिलाफ. And you get a personalized diagnosis for that patient. These were our earliest results. तो अगर आप देखें individual drugs भी हैं, combinations भी हैं, इस particular patient के लिए जो 3 का combination है overperform कर रहा है. So again, tangents coming out from the same MOCA data set. Next. Next, please. mRNA markers have been discovered by LIBA and USRA. These are all the works are presented in the American Association of Cancer Research, by the way, and some of them in Shaukat Khanam Symposium. Next. Roshana just graduated with a master's. She looked at chronic mechanical irritation in the mouth, which is a risk factor for oral cancer. तो हमने data के ज़रिए उसको investigate किया. And again, it points a finger at FAT4 कि something's happening inflammation-wise, which leads to oncogenesis. Next. An elective student comes for just a summer and discovers some insights using already existing data sets and our MOCA wala data set. TCGA is the global one, MOCA is ours. She immediately pointed out that in our population mein ye difference aa raha hai. And ferroptosis could be a pathway to look at. And she publishes a conference paper. Next. Again, a bioinformatics analysis using networks, because we all know HPV oropharyngeal mein role play karta hai, oral squamous mein nahi karta. And our question was, first principle question was, kyun? Same virus, same banda, same site, pretty much. Why is it different? And Arsalan discovers insights to be followed through in the lab. Okay, this is probably why. Next. We have a variable study. I'm going to save you the details. Next. COVID के दौरान अब्दुस्सलाम ने retrospectively pathology के साथ collaborate किया और सिर्फ EMR में से एक urine का एक molecule discover किया कि this could help us predict COVID. And he wanted to do a startup and the molecule still there up for grabs. Next. Just shows the power of data कि आपको experiment नहीं करना है, आपको अच्छा question पूछना है and then use AI and data to get your answers. This will be my last one. This is important. This is the transcriptomic pipeline, which is very advanced bioinformatics. अगर आप देखें उसको, you know, I told you 1% acceptance rate. एक top बच्चा बच्ची आती है, MPhil कर चुका होता है. We train them for a couple of months in the lab. Then she warms up and does the analyses herself and writes the report. I mean, it's 6 months का gig है पूरा. After 18 years of education. This is what shook us in the lab. Piche jaye, please. Atlas, which we now call it, the agent, it did the whole thing in 4 minutes. So end to end, हमने सिर्फ उसको prompt दिया. It went, scoured all our databases that we use and used our latest tools and packages to analyze, give us a figure, write it up for us. This really shook us. और जो बच्चियां वो कर रही थी, उनकी आंखें बिल्कुल लेट हो गई. Is this replacing us now with all these technically advanced skills? तो Atlas की वजह से our AI group really kind of grew out of proportions. Next. We're predicting gene mutations from images now using AI. आपको exome करने की जरूरत शायद ना पड़े. हम आपको biopsy से बता देंगे कि इसमें क्या image है. Next. Drug repurposing is another huge area. Next. I'm sorry, I don't have time for each one of them. We're designing proteins for our favorite targets. In this case, snake venoms. And we all know how they're done. It's a 120-year-old technology. आपको slow dose, low dose करके horses को inject करना होता है and you harvest, which is sick in these days. We designed them and now you can take it. So some Saudi collaborators now interested in taking this forward. Next. We talked about, Dr. Saab ne kaha ki AI aapka research assistant hai, perfect, on the dot. But it has to be at a certain level to speak to you. And we're developing these co-scientists using GANs. Next. Using DART. DART is a debating agent. तो हम agent को बोलते हैं कि आपने मुझे direct जवाब नहीं देना. आप एक काम करो, आप 2 different models पहले में debate करो, फिर आपने मुझे answer देना है. अब हमने दोनों debating agents के ऊपर एक reviewer को भी बिठा दिया है. So a third model reviews their performance and then gives us an output. Next. So I'll end with this. We're extending our study now to breast, to lung, brain, and bone, hopefully. We have some space medicine projects happening. We're very interested in preeclampsia, variables wale ek study hai. And we're all open to collaborations. Whoever is seriously interested, please get in touch. Aage. Next. These are some of the groups. Just want you to visualize ke akele nahi ho sakta kaam. Generative AI wouldn't have been possible without genomes and multiomes. Digital health would not have been possible without cells and models and the clinical team. So we have a whole group, subgroups within the lab which are working on particular areas. Next. Next. These are some prototypes. Aage. Next, please. So a whole startup ecosystem. People throw the word ecosystem very easily, but you need to learn how each party feeds off the other one. And you need to see that as a leader in an institution. Once that happens, फिर आप उसको छोड़ना नहीं चाहेंगे, because then it becomes super exciting and it just snowballs together. आगे जाएं. We have a whole outreach program. Next. 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 So Awais was last year. This year, Mohibullah won an award at the AACR, taking his work. He's an MBBS student from Bacha Khan. Awais was KMC. Tawheed and Saman's project. Wajid and Rubina's as well went into Suparco. We just won a grant, a contract to take something to space. It's confidential. Usman is an A2 student, and he developed a sheep and goat model for a disease of the cornea. And he's written up a whole paper on it. It's available online. So again, every month is super exciting in the lab, and it's self-reinforcing if you look at it. Next. And I just have to end with this, a big, big thank you to every single person in the whole consortium. Chote se leke badon tak, institutions, especially the liberty they've given us. They've allowed us to operate at our speed, the way we want. And I think this is extremely valuable. Kal bhi humne ye baatein suni. It's really important for leaders to just let go. Let the researchers make it happen. You can have check-ins every 6 months, every 3 months, but just let them do it the way they want. It's like a gardener. You have to look after that garden, but at a distance. And we have like 200 people who's alumni from the lab who are across the world now. Next, please, last one. Who are across the world on fully funded scholarships. And I give credit to every single one of them for their contribution to this whole 8-year-old lab now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faisal. So our next speaker is Professor Sumaira Farooqi, and she's currently working as Dean of Allied Health Sciences at Ziauddin University, Karachi. Professor Sumaira is Editor-in-Chief of the Pakistan Journal of Rehabilitation Sciences, and she has huge experience in academic administration and curriculum development. And she is a big advocate of interdisciplinary education and evidence-based practice. The topic of her presentation is Smart Rehabilitation, Integrating AI and Virtual Reality for Neurocognitive and Community Health. So over to you, Dr. Sumaira. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Chair, delegates, colleagues, and guests. Of course, special thanks to Muhammad Afsarjan, although I can't see him right now, and the conference team and the leadership at RMI to invite me and give me an opportunity to share my thoughts on a very critical shift that is in process right now in rehabilitation. Actually, we are producing and we are generating evidence in rehabilitation at an unprecedented pace. Yet, that's the big question mark. So the question for me as a rehabilitationist is not only that do we have enough evidence? The question, that equally important question for me is, are we translating that evidence into the rehabilitation instead of being an isolated intervention to a scalable and meaningful solution? So in today's talk, what I'll try to focus on how we can use these smart technologies to transform rehabilitation into a meaningful and accessible community care, community-driven care. So during this talk, I will also try to focus on a journey which we, as an interdisciplinary team at Ziauddin University Hospital, having the neurologist over there with us, the physical therapist, the occupational therapist, the speech therapist, and of course the neurology nurse, we have tried to improve motor and neurocognitive performance in neurological diseases. Of course, this is my disclosure statement. And as the focus of my study is neurological conditions, so the global burden of neurological diseases have reached 3.4 billion. That means that 43% of the global population in one way or other is suffering from the neurological conditions. And with 443 million, that is an increase of 18.2% only from 1990 to the disability-adjusted life years. It has made neurological condition as the #1 cause of disability globally. So what has happened? Why has it happened? Actually, we have improved our healthcare. We have improved the access to the healthcare. So, which is why, actually, I should change the slide, but it's okay. I can tell you. That is why what has happened, that we have reduced the death rates by neurological diseases, but we have increased dramatically the life expectancy. And with the dramatic increase in the life expectancy, what has happened? The need of rehabilitation has increased. So do we have enough resources to do that? What are our challenges? We have global challenges, we have Pakistan-based challenges, and then we have evidence challenges, I would say. So most of the data, I'm sure most of you are knowing, that it's not rehab that has a crisis. It's a health crisis. We do not have doctors. We do not have nurses, and COVID, I would say, is a blessing in disguise that has made us realize that we have to shift our pressure from only doctors and nurses to the allied health professionals also. And let me tell you, England, NHS, Australians, they are really working on this allied health force so that they can reduce pressure on their doctors and nurses. So we have 4.5 billion lakh of essential healthcare people suffering. We have healthcare worker shortage expected to rise by 11 million by 2030. And can you imagine, it's reported by WHO basically, that there are 62 countries who are registered with WHO have no access to rehabilitation services. And then there are 2.41 billion people who can benefit from rehabilitation in one way or other. And there are 2.5 billion people who need assistive devices like eyeglasses, wheelchairs, or crutches that are not getting that. So these are the global challenges. What about Pakistan challenges? We have severe shortage of neurologists. We have severe shortage of rehab specialists. We don't have neurology-based rehab centers. We have very, very poor integration of rehabilitation specialists in our primary care system. They are actually non-existent. Whatever we are using and we are facilitating is through the community health workers, what we are doing. So the rural-urban gap is there. We don't have policies for disability. Funding is always a concern. And a lot of you have emphasized only about the data problem, so I won't get into it. What is our evidence gap? We talk about ideal, and we are living in real. Why I'm saying that? You'll say, what am I doing? In the beginning of my presentation, I said we have a lot of evidence. And now I'm saying ideal and real. What is happening? See, the researches we are doing are mostly RCTs, where we are deciding our population, where we are excluding those comorbidities we don't like, or we lack in data, or we have limited resources. So it's our choice of community and population we are studying. Let's come to the district health hospital. What is happening? Crowded clinics, lack of staff, lack of trained staff in terms of rehabilitation, and diverse demography of patients. And they are having multiple co-conditions. So ideal, RCTs, real is your district hospital. So what is happening? The gap is being created. And the interventions that work in a lab often fails in a busy district hospital. So there are challenges. But when there are challenges, there are always opportunities. So what are our opportunities? Instead of, we can't work at one area and we think we will have a solution. We have to be multidirectional. We have to think about systems level approaches. So we need to have a workforce that has both quality and quantity. And we need to have infrastructure. You can have wonderful human resource, but if you don't provide them with the resources, what will they do? And we need primary care integration of rehabilitation and allied health workers. People globally are working on universal coverage of rehabilitation, which is the vision of WHO 2030 rehabilitation framework. And this all has to be inclined with the innovation, with the technology. So we can use smart technology to achieve our targets. Instead of reading this slide, I just want you to imagine a young woman living with disability in a remote rural area of Pakistan. She has had no access to care for so many years. And with just one mobile phone and an AI-driven tool in it, what can happen? She can have access to the personalized care. She can get in touch with her clinician and her physical therapist, or whatever need required. We can plan and modify her treatment plan tailored to her needs. And we can monitor that over the time. So this is what AI can do. So when we were thinking, we have a team at Ziauddin Hospital, and the problems I discussed there are the macro problems. But when we are talking about neuro-rehabilitation and neurodisability, the patients, we lose patients because it's a prolonged disability rehabilitation. Exercises are structured and boring, so they don't want to continue. The cost of coming to the service center is too high. They don't want to bear it. So what happens? We thought that we need to bring in a rehabilitation plan that improves the motor function, that enhances the interest of patient into therapy and provide them adherence. So how to plan this? So what we thought is, as a phase one of that let's read what evidence is there in the world. So we did series of meta-analysis and systemic reviews for two populations in neurology. One was stroke and other one was Parkinson's disease. So the first meta-analysis which we did was we wanted to know what type of exercises are more efficient. Is it resistance training? Is it aerobic? Is it some other? So the first meta-analysis we did was effective exercise-based management on motor system symptoms in Pakistan disease. I must thank my team. Some of them are sitting there, and even those who are not there. And the second meta-analysis, what we did was the effect of non-immersive virtual reality using VFit exercise on balance and cognition in Parkinson's disease. And a third meta-analysis was on stroke population, where we studied the impact of immersive and non-immersive virtual reality trends in sensory motor recovery of post-stroke patients. In virtual reality, we basically used exergamings. And I'll discuss that has few limitations, which I'll discuss later. So what were the results of those three meta-analysis and systemic reviews? All these three systematic reviews and meta-analysis were done, of course, on PRISMA guidelines. And they showed clinical significance. And when we plotted the forest plot, we found that they are statistically also significant in improving the motor performance, functional mobility, and enhancing patient engagement and therapy endurance. Okay, we are done with the first phase of the study. Then we planned 2 studies for local population. And that was the evidence, and this is the implementation. So the research was there, the evidences were there, but according to our population, we wanted to plan what was happening in the world and what was successful in the world. And we also wanted to see that the trends which the global community is getting with emerging and with exergaming, are we differing with it, or our results are in line with it? So virtual reality as a primary motor tool for cognitive motor rehabilitation among subacute MCS stroke patients was our first study, and effects of visual biofeed therapy on balance, freezing of gait, and cognition among stage 3 Parkinson's patient was a second study. Our results were totally in line with the results what we were getting from the meta-analysis and systemic reviews. That is, that the technology-assisted interventions improve motor functions, cognitive motor integration, task-specific functional outcomes, and very importantly, patient engagement and therapy adherence, because we are living in a world of patient-centered approach. And unless the patients, the family is not involved, we are not going to get the results. So the real value in research is publication. It's written not, I can't change who has written that, but I feel it is equally important that are we improving the lives with our research? And at times we miss it. Here, I would not like to read, you all know it, but as was emphasized by Dr. Saab, that no technology can replace human care. It may be AI, it may be VR, but we can make use of that technology. Because for the people who are living without disability, technology makes things easier. But the people who are living with disability, it is technology that makes things possible for them. But AI, VR always come with challenges. If we'll go into uncontrolled use of AI, तो चैट जीपीटी से जितना रिसर्च पेपर निकलता है उसी तरह के रिसर्च प्रपोजल आते हैं. We need to have an ethical controls on it. And with AI, at this point of time in Pakistan, cost is a big issue, as already just been told. So we have to find and develop ways of low-cost VR rehabilitation systems. We have to strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration. And of course, we need government support for policies and fundings. So when innovation, technology, and clinical expertise come together, we can move from real-world research to real-world recovery. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Professor Sumaira. So next in line, we have Dr. Saima Chaudhary. And Professor Saima Chaudhary is a dentist, educationist, and strategist currently working as the director of Center as the director of the Center for Health Professionals Development and Lifelong Learning at the University of Lahore. She is also the team lead of technology enhanced learning at University College of Medicine and Dentistry, and her recent work focuses on creating personalized learning e-portfolios for students and upgrading assessment practices in the age of AI in health professional education. And the topic of her presentation is critical thinking in the age of AI. Over to you, Dr.
Thank you so much. It seems ceremonial, but I really would like to thank all the organizers, the leadership, especially Madam Saleh Sirak Rahman, the Director Nasang, RCN, for having all of us, bringing all of us together in such a short time and for such a wonderful conference. Dr. Ghulam Rasool, Dr. Mukhtar Zaman, all the leaders who are here, thank you so much for having us. If you can have the presentation, please. All right, जी. आप सबसे पीछे भी आगे भी जो बैठे हैं, yes, artificial intelligence है और human intelligence है. What is the function of the brain? Let's just have a conversation. जिनके phones on हैं, जिनके नहीं हैं. Let's have a conversation 2 minutes के लिए. Give me just 5 minutes of your time. So what is the function of the brain, people? दिमाग क्या काम करता है? Second last line. क्या function है brain का? Okay. Thinking. इंटेलिजेंस, ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर रहा है? आप रेप्लिकेट कर रहे हैं अपने ब्रेन स्ट्रक्चर्स को, आपके न्यूरोनल कनेक्शंस हैं और आप अपनी इंटेलिजेंस उसको इंटेलिजेंस दे रहे हैं, कॉग्निटिव ऑफलोडिंग कर रहे हैं एंड देन मेकिंग इट थिंक फॉर अस मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स. सो व्हाट्स इंपॉर्टेंट हियर इज समझना ये ज़रूरी है कि थिंकिंग आउटसोर्स करनी है कि अपनी थिंकिंग एनहांस करनी है इन द करंट डे एंड एज. So that is the question and that is the I think premise जो यहाँ पे build करने की कोशिश करूँगी मैं 5 मिनट में. The amount of data जैसे अभी फैसल ने कहा and the amount of wonderful data that you put in, जितने data points देंगे prediction होगी तो thinking की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. prediction models बन रहे हैं, logistics लग रहे हैं, regression लग रहा है, statistical analysis हो रहे हैं और result जल्दी बन के आ रहे हैं. just like he said कि 4 minutes में वो सारा काम हो गया. प्रेजेंटेशन आ जाती तो मैं आपको दिखा देती. ओके, सो आइडिया ये है कि हम जिस वक्त थिंकिंग की बात करते हैं एजुकेशन में, आई थिंक डॉक्टर आबदा वुड बेयर विद मी, तो हम ब्लूम की कॉग्निटिव टेक्सोनॉमी की बात कर रहे होते हैं, which means कि there are lower order thinking skills and there are higher order thinking skills. So lower order thinking skills is remembering and understanding, so that is recall. ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री का जितना डाटा आज तक कंप्यूटर सिस्टम्स में जा सका है, wonderfully retrieved and recalled by whatever computer intelligence you really want to talk about. What about the higher order thinking skills, the top 4 levels? All right, yes. जब आप उसको कोई prompt देते हो, Gemini को देते हो, GPT को देते हो, Copilot को देते हो, Claude को देते हो, any AI generative AI system that you're using, तो वो क्या करता है? आप उसे कहते हो उसको analyze कर दे. तो आपका ख्याल है वो क्या कर रहा होता है? प्रोसेस कर रहा होता है. और सो देयर इज अ न्यूटन इन माय बेसमेंट, जो जितनी दुनिया के जितने लोगों ने उस चीज़ के बारे में एनालाइज किया था वो सारा एनालिसिस करके मेरे सामने रख देता है और मुझे कहता है कि अब इसको पढ़ लो और देख लो तुमने इस्तेमाल करना है कि नहीं. मेरे पे है कि उस एनालिसिस को मैं यूज़ कैसे करूँगी. सो दैट इज़ वेयर द क्वेश्चन ऑफ ह्यूमन थिंकिंग कम्स अप. हम द डाटा ऑफ माइक्रोसॉफ्ट रीसेंट स्टडी 2025, अभी आप अपने प्लीज अपने जीपीटीज अपने फोन्स खोलें, उस पर टाइप करें कॉग्निटिव डिक्लाइन एंड एआई. प्लीज डू दैट फॉर मी. कॉग्निटिव डिक्लाइन एंड एआई. व्हाट डू यू गेट? कोई भी, एनीबडी फ्रॉम द बैक, कैन यू रीड इट फॉर मी? व्हाटएवर कम्स अप. गूगल की पहली सर्च आप जेमिनाई की आती है, द फर्स्ट टॉप जो सबसे ऊपर आती है. कोई पढ़ेगा क्या पहली 2 लाइनें? किसी को माइक दो बेटा. Would anybody like to read it? ये AI बता रहा है अभी उसको मैंने बताया कि कॉग्निटिव डिक्लाइन मेरा कैसा जा रहा है और वही मुझे बता रहा है, ठीक है।
Ma'am, it says excessive reliance on AI for thinking, writing, and problem solving can cause, quote, cognitive atrophy, unquote, leading to diminished memory, reduced critical thinking, and lower confidence in personal reasoning.
Is it talking about memory decline?
Yeah, diminished memory, yes.
Is it talking about cognitive offloading, the process of offloading what we're doing? What else is it saying? Alzheimer's and dementia. Why? Disuse and atrophy. We don't want to use our brain. When are our brains used? हमारा दिमाग यूज कब हो रहा होता है? Do you, all of you think that you are thinking right now? How much? ब्रेन के पास कितना साइकिल होता है? वो कितनी देर तक सोच सकता है जब वाकई सोच रहा हो? रिफ्लेक्स की बात नहीं कर रही। गाड़ी चलती है, यहाँ से मैं बैठती हूँ, घर आ जाता है, मुझे पता चलता है मैं घर पहुंच गई हूँ, मेरा रास्ता सारा, मैंने कोई टर्न नहीं देखा, किसी चीज पे गौर नहीं किया, लेकिन मैं घर पहुंच गई हूँ। Was I thinking when I was driving? That's subconscious brain, right? So think कितनी देर के लिए कर सकता है बंदा? People who are critical thinkers here can actually, if you can bear with me, 25-30 minutes of deep thinking, और फिर आप क्या कहते हैं? मेरा दिमाग खराब हो गया, मुझसे और पढ़ा नहीं जा रहा। क्या मुसीबत है? सो वो स्टेट ऑफ कंफ्यूजन में जिस वक्त ब्रेन जाता है हमारी, उस वक्त वो न्यूरोनल रिकनेक्शंस बनाता है। और अगर वो स्टेट ऑफ कंफ्यूजन में नहीं जा रहा और उसके बाद प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं कर रहा, तो मसला ये है कि हमारी वो ब्रेन कनेक्शंस डेवलप नहीं हो रहे। सो आइडिया ये है कि आर वी गोइंग टू लिव लाइक दैट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 50 years? जितना मर्जी सवाल, अच्छा सवाल, एक चीज रह गई है इंसानों के पास, क्या रह गया अब? क्या रह गया हमारे पास अब करने के लिए लिखने में? सब कुछ तो लिखा आ जाता है। अगर कोई ना पकड़े, अगर आपको आज कह दें प्रोफेसर रेहाना कि मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, जो मर्जी लिख लें, जहां से मर्जी लिख के ले आए, मुझे अपना थॉट सिर्फ लिख के ला दें, तो हम क्या करेंगे? टाइप करेंगे, लिख के ले आएंगे, ऐसे ही होगा ना, और वो दे देंगे। तो हमारे पास रह क्या गया अब? बोल दो, कुछ तो बताओ। क्वेश्चन रह गया है, और सवाल आधा इल्म है। सवाल बनाने का हुनर अगर नहीं आएगा, irrespective which speciality, which part of the world, whatever you are saying, जो भी आप कर रहे हैं, अगर सवाल पूछना और बनाना, क्रिएट करना नहीं आता, तो कोई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हमारा कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकती। इसको जहन में रख लें। प्रोफेसर जुनैद सरफराज मेरे उस्ताद भी हैं, और उन्होंने जो बात शुरू की थी वो क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग का आगे था। खैर वो टाइम आप मुझे बता दीजिएगा जब टाइम पूरा हो जाए रफ़ात, सो दैट आई कैन करना। आइडिया ये है कि जो मर्जी AI है और यूज़ हो रहा है, जैसे इंटरनेट है और यूज़ हो रहा है, हम इंटरनेट के बगैर सर्वाइव नहीं कर पा रहे, AI के बगैर भी नहीं करेंगे, बिल्कुल ठीक है। सोचेगा, AI सोच रहा है, प्रोसेस कर रहा है, रिलेशनशिप रिप्लेस कर रहा है, हमारे लव अफेयर्स AI के साथ चल रहे हैं, हमारे ह्यूमैनिटी का उसके साथ क्या हो ताल्लुक है और हो क्या रहा है? इट इज़ जस्ट वी वांट टू यूज़ आवर ब्रेन्स और नॉट। दिस इज़ अ डिसीजन दैट ऑल ऑफ अस हैव टू टेक नाउ। मेरे ज़माने में ये डिसीजन मैंने नहीं लेना था, मेरी ज़िंदगी बहुत आसान थी। आपने ये फैसला करना है, और इस फैसले के लिए आपको क्रिटिकल थॉट लाना पड़ेगा। You really want to offload all your thinking or you want to keep something to yourself? आपका डिसीजन है। कोई नहीं पकड़ सकता, सब बातें कर रहे हैं, फजूल बातें कर रहे हैं, कोई नहीं पकड़ता। एक टूल जो डिटेक्ट करने का आता है, उससे बेहतर उसको अवॉइड करने का टूल निकल आता है। आज तक चोरी खत्म नहीं हुई हमारी दुनिया से। हाँ जी, बहुत वैल्यूज आ गई और रिस्पेक्ट आ गई और सब कुछ आ गया। सो खत्म कुछ नहीं होगा। एवरी सिंगल वन ऑफ अस सिटिंग इन दिस हॉल हैज अ डिसीजन टू मेक कि मैंने उस आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को अपने लिए क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग करने देनी है सारी की सारी, या मैंने खुद भी कोई काम करना है ताकि मैं रेलिवेंट रह जाऊं in the future world. And sir, we're going with what you said about qualitative analysis. We were just doing a qualitative analysis. We gave everything to every kind of AI. After 3 responses, everything that came out was hallucinations. एंड लोगों का ये ख्याल था, मैं अपने, जैसे आप भी कहते होंगे, आई एम श्योर, मैं अपने स्टूडेंट से ये कहती हूँ कि खुद पढ़ना है, समरी नहीं निकलवानी पेपर की. यू हैव टू रीड द पेपर. एंड दे थिंक कि मैं बहुत बैकवर्ड हूँ और मुझे पता नहीं है कि समरी निकल आएगी और पढ़ लेंगे. आप पढ़ लें, आप 10 समरीज पढ़ लें. कोई इशू है मैं दोबारा भेज दूँ प्रेजेंटेशन? आई जस्ट वांट टू शो देम दोस 10 क्वेश्चंस बिकॉज आई कांट. एक मिनट. ओके, ग्रेट. So I'll just show you the last slide when it comes up. As for supervisors, as for people checking artificial intelligence, Turnitin Clarity is here now. And for Turnitin Clarity, आपका जो flow of writing है वो सारा नजर आ रहा होता है. ये पता चल रहा होता है आपने कहाँ से डिलीट किया था, किधर co-pilot से ठीक किया था, किधर ग्रामरली डाली थी, किधर क्या किया था. It is now available. 1 महीना पहले नहीं था. So people can see it. Now what does this bring us to? कि हमने उसको interpret कैसे करना है. अगर किसी का thought original है, उसका prompt originally generated हो रहा है, और कोई बात नहीं है, उसको अंग्रेजी अच्छी नहीं है और वो अंग्रेजी की writing वहाँ से उठा रहा है, तो मैंने किस चीज़ पे उसको scrutinize करना है. सही है? So these ये levels हैं higher lower order thinking के, जिस पे बात हो गई. हाँ, मैं बंद कर देती हूँ, 2 मिनट दीजिए. So dulling our minds, we've talked about it. This is the recent Microsoft survey. Gen AI can improve worker efficiency, it can inhibit critical engagement. with 2025 का पेपर है, पढ़ा हुआ है ऑनलाइन. ये जो नीचे लाइन लिखी हुई है सबसे, इसको ऊंची आवाज में सारे पढ़ लें एक दफा प्लीज. Higher confidence in Gen AI's ability to perform a task is related to less critical thinking effort. जितना हम ये सोच रहे हैं कि वो बिल्कुल ठीक जवाब दे रहा है, उतनी हमारी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग डिक्लाइन हो रही है. और जितना हमें सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस है कि हम ठीक जवाब एनालाइज कर रहे हैं, उतनी हमारी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग बेहतर हो रही है. मैं ये नहीं कह रही कि हमारा जवाब ठीक होगा और उसका गलत होगा, मैं प्रोसेस की बात कर रही हूँ. ठीक है जी. Yes, there are strategies and you can do a lot of things about it. This is what I wanted to show you. So when somebody brings a writing to me, a research write-up, these are the questions. A 10-minute interview would solve all the problems. If I do not care, देखें, एक non-English background का अगर बच्चा अपनी अंग्रेजी बेहतर करने के लिए अंग्रेजी की help ले रहा है, तो that is fine. That is a language help. It is allowed. Language editing, they give you services. You pay them to correct the language in articles. That's not a problem. लेकिन किधर मसला कहाँ है? Why did you use this methodology over others? आप ये सवाल कर लीजिए, और अगर इन सवालों का मतलब है उसने पढ़ा हुआ है, वो जो काम कर रहा है वो ठीक है, क्या इशू है? ऐसे ही है जैसे टाइपराइटर ही इस्तेमाल करो, वर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट इस्तेमाल नहीं करना आप तुमने, क्योंकि मेरे पास टाइपराइटर पड़ा हुआ है. तो ये तो नहीं हो सकता. And this is the last slide जी. And this is the inference. So level of confidence in AI जितना ज़्यादा होता जाता है कि मुझे confirmation bias है कि ये जो कह रहा है ठीक कह रहा है, और मैं कोई बात नहीं, मैं इससे पूछूंगी तो ठीक जवाब मिल जाएगा. सिर्फ ये mindset ये कर रहा है हमारे साथ. So be confident about our own abilities. Humans will always outclass any other species till, I hope, Qiyamah comes. But let's see what it does to us. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saima, for last-minute improvisation. So before we move on to our chairs to conclude this session, and we take some few questions from the audience maybe, so I would like to invite Dr. Nasir, Director Research, RCD, here first for a condolence message for a friend of RMI. Please, Dr. Nasir. Okay.
Thank you so much. Today we remember Professor Dr. Abel Jacobus Painar, a respected teacher, researcher, and valued friend of nursing and health education community in Pakistan. He joined ICHR 2025 last year physically here, and he was also part of ICHR 24. He contributed by plenary talk and as well as workshop. His workshop was full of participants and there was no space, so we conducted his workshop twice. He was planning to join us again this year. Unfortunately, yesterday on the second day of conference, his funeral was held, a moment that has deeply touched all of us. He played an important role in strengthening nursing education and research in Pakistan. He will be remembered for his humility, kindness, and quiet commitment to others. His passing is a profound loss. May the Almighty grant him eternal peace and give strength and patience to his family. We may have 1 minute silence for him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nasir. So before we request the chairs to conclude the session, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So if someone has any questions, please raise your hand. I see one hand raised. And yes, can you please introduce yourself and then ask the question? And if it would be better if you also mention, is this question addressed for someone in particular?
Yes. Assalamualaikum everyone. My name is Dr. Amna Salim. I'm a postgraduate. I'm a resident dermatologist from Lady Reading Hospital. My question is directed to Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz. Firstly, I'll begin by saying that I really appreciated Dr. Saima's presentation. I'm in complete agreement with everything that she said. She mentioned how there is cognitive atrophy because of excessive reliance on AI, how we pronounced even critical thinking, and we use ChatGPT or AI to even generate research questions. So, Dr. Junaid, I'd like to ask you that you mentioned that AI cannot replace researchers. I'm a bit skeptical about this statement because at this pace and with the way we're using AI, how swiftly it has replaced critical thinking, how can we be so sure that AI, even in coming 5 to 10 years, cannot replace us?
Can someone give Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz mic, please? To Dr. Junaid, yes.
This exact same question that you're asking, that gives me confidence that there are people out there who are actually questioning the role of AI and then the role of human versus AI. I'm not saying, and I think none of us is saying that humans can replace AI or AI can replace humans. As researchers, as professionals, as clinicians, as basic scientists, or as human beings, but as entities, for example. But AI is going to be an entity in itself, and we have to embrace that, work with AI in collaboration, but we need not to completely rely on AI as the single entity that's going to provide us with all the solutions that are out there. So we need to constantly challenge whatever AI is going to provide us. And that is the way the landscape of research is going to transform as well, because AI is going to be part of it, and we are going to continuously work in collaboration, question whatever output is going to come from AI, and then sort of build on that and move forward. So just look at it that way, that we have something available out there who's providing us with all the information, analyzing the data, providing us with solutions, but we also need to be to understand what is coming from that entity, and for that we need to have the right kind of knowledge, the skills, and the attitude to do that. So we cannot be complacent. We cannot just sit back and let AI do its work. We have to be better than AI, if not at par with it, to understand what's coming from it and whether it's valid and whether it's applicable and whether we can accept it with confidence or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Junaid, for such an elaborate answer. And now I see another hand raised here. So please, can you introduce yourself and ask the question?
Hello, Assalamualaikum. I'm sure I'm audible. First of all, I will briefly introduce myself. My name is Tahira Nawaz. I'm from nursing department, RCN. I have done my MPhil in biochemistry and currently enrolled in Master of Science in Sarhad University. We have done a project on AI related with tuberculosis risk prediction on the basis of signs and symptoms. I have a question to
Sumaira Farooqui?
Dr. Faisal.
Dr. Faisal.
Because his student, Dr. Mudassir, I have been in this project with him. I'm sure he will recognize me with that. Okay, we have done our work on the tuberculosis signs and symptoms. Now our next project is on the breast cancer signs and symptoms. That is our next topic. As sir mentioned that if someone is interested in collaboration, I would like to put my input in that, in this, because we have a team, and I would like to work with Dr. Faisal in collaboration.
Thank you for your question. Dr. Faisal, please. Yes.
Gee, thank you. Sure, we can always talk about it offline. Hanji.
Okay. So I do not see any hands raised right now, but we can take one question. So I prepared some questions beforehand, and one question would be very relevant. One particular question would be very relevant to ask from any of the panelists if they would want to. So this is a buzzword these days, AI literacy. So and AI literacy with relevance to education, with relevance to assessments, with relevance to research. So can you guide these students who are sitting over here that how can we move from AI literacy to AI fluency? Are there any particular strategies in anyone's mind? What would be the best way to move? Dr. Faisal, I think you would want to answer that. Again, Mike, please.
Gee, so my quick answer would be, I don't know if, I'm sure you guys know about vibe coding. Anyone knows what vibe coding is? Okay, you really need to know what vibe coding is. Basically, Google या Cloud के साथ बात कर करके coding करना. और Cloud ही आपका software engineer बन चुका है. So you really need to kind of look into that. Number two, AI literacy and fluency are like jargons, but you need to build intuition. You need to know how a model works. You don't need to know how a model is developed. तो आप अगर उसके principles को समझें और training क्या चीज़ है, labels क्या होता है, model को train करके test किस तरह किया जा सकता है. I think this is what we are more emphasized on. How do you build intuition in a low coding setting, and you don't need to go into any mathematics or any coding these days. We used to say mathematics में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. अब हम कहते हैं कि maths में और coding दोनों में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, and you can pull it off. So I'd really invite them to explore vibe coding.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faisal. So a recent example was that a person, a very young researcher, a very young student, he recently hacked a complete government website just by doing vibe checking with the help of Claude. He kept asking Claude questions and he was able to hack the whole website. So thank you so much. So now time to move on to our chairs. And first I will request the first chair, Professor Abda Shaheen, to conclude this session with the remarks.
Thank you so much. And I have been told that we are already running short of time, so I'll be very brief. So Dr. Faisal, that was the shortest answer in the history of question and answer session in the response to the previous question. Okay, so thank you all speakers for this incredibly rich and thought-provoking discussions. It was absolutely brilliant. First of all, I would start from Dr. Junaid Sirfar's thought-provoking discussion like always. And you gave us a very strong reminder that AI enhances efficiency and predictive power, but the methodological rigor, validity, and ethical integrity will remain always with humans. So this was a strong reminder. And it was fascinating that how each of these perspectives is adding another layer to our understanding of digital transformation. And because Dr. Simon Chaudhary talk was associated with this kind of critical thinking, so I would also like to add my comments over here. She spoke about we need to revisit Bloom's taxonomy. In medical education, right now, we were just talking about what is professional identity. Then we were talking about entrustable professional EPAs, attributes, and all these things. Then we were talking about what is interprofessional education. And now we are talking about that AI, is it a friend? Is it a researcher? Is it an assistant? Is it a clinician? So I think we again need to integrate these professional competencies as a human being itself, that what is the role of AI and how are we using it and how are we collaborating with it. So it was very thought-provoking. And Dr. Faisal Khan, I loved your talk. You are doing a huge work, and thank you for the very, very inspiring and forward-looking perspective. You are taking, mashallah, very bold steps, Mocha steps, and Dart, how you are collaborating different AI models, and we would love to collaborate with you. Everyone would like to collaborate with you. And the cost-effective solution, how AI is doing a cost-effective solution, and you told about the different costly equipments and infrastructure, and how we need to rethink about the AI applications. So AI will not replace humans, definitely, but humans with AI will definitely replace humans without AI. And cost-effective solutions, especially in resource-constrained setting like Pakistan, it is very important. Professor Sumaira Faruqi, thank you for expanding our lens beyond diagnosis and delivery in healthcare and taking us into the rehabilitation field. That's, I think, very under-addressed area in healthcare delivery, and especially in healthcare research. And I was very much fascinated that how you are, after doing research and doing all the, meta-analysis and review articles, how you implemented that project in a local health settings, because we need to reach out to those community health settings and those neurodegenerative patients for which these AI capabilities, they will be really helpful. So they are cost-effective solution. So thank you all for giving these wonderful talks. It was absolutely incredible listening to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Abda, for briefly summarizing the session. So Dr. Ahmed Raza.
Thank you very much for having me here today. First, I agree with Dr. Junaid Sarfraz that AI is basically a tool. I am being an AI person myself, so we mainly see it as a tool, not as a person who would replace us in any near future, but in far future, we can't say anything. Dr. Faisal Khan, I think great work being done using, he's working at the frontier of medical sciences and AI, and I think he's doing a great job. All kudos to him, and great applause for him. As for Dr. Sumaira Faruqi, she talked about smart rehabilitation, especially related to neurocognitive. I was just wondering about the Neuralink chip designed by the company owned by Elon Musk, which has been very effectively used in paralyzed patients. I think that is the way forward in rehabilitation. And last but not least, Dr. Saima Chaudhary. It was a bit uncomfortable being an AI person, that AI leads to a cognitive decline maybe in the short term. But if we learn how to use AI, I think it will ultimately increase our cognitive ability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. And we warmly welcome our chief guest of the ceremony, President, Pakistan Medical and Dental Council, Professor Rizwan Taj. Thank you. So to conclude today's ceremony, I would like to request Professor Mohammad bin Afsar Jan, Dean Allied Health Sciences, and Professor Aurangzeb, Principal, Rehman College of Nursing, and Professor Bilal, Principal of RCRS, to please come to the stage for giving shields and certificates to the speakers and presenters and chairs of this session. So first, I will request the first chair of today's session, Professor Abda Shaheen, to please come to the stage to receive her certificate and shield. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Ahmed Raza, our second chair of today's session, to please come to the stage. Thank you so much. May I now request Professor Junaid Sarfaraz to please come to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So may I now request Dr. Faisal Khan to please come to the stage. Thank you, Dr. Faisal. May I now request Professor Sumaira Faruqi to please come to the stage. Thank you. And now may I request Professor Saima to please come to the stage. Thank you. And may I now request the moderator to please come to the stage. Thank you. So thank you, audience. With this, we now conclude this plenary session, and we may now proceed for the next session, which is the closing ceremony. Thank you.
मैंने जैसे पता है ना स्टेज वाला बनाना है स्टेज हाँ 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 और उसके बाद जो नेक्स्ट वाला है वो स्टेज वाला है तो तुमने स्टेज को चीफ कर स्टेज को बनाना है
Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Speakers, Panelists, faculty members, and my dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. It has truly been a great honor for me, Dr. Gulbina Masood, along with Dr. Maheen Khan, to serve as your host for this very special event, ICHR-26, organized by Rehman College of Dentistry under the prestigious umbrella of Rehman Medical Institute. The theme of this year's conference, from real-world research to real-world decisions, have been the guiding light for the discussions. It has reminded us how important it is to translate research into real-life applications that can genuinely make a difference in people's lives. Over the past few days, we have witnessed a remarkable exchange of ideas and knowledge, from insightful pre-conference workshop to impactful keynote addresses, engaging panel discussions, the National Research Dialogue, the Editors Summit, thought-provoking abstract presentations, and dynamic scientific sessions. Each segment has contributed meaningfully to our collective learning. This conference marks a significant milestone. It has brought together a diverse and a dynamic group of experts, researchers, and healthcare professionals from a wide range of backgrounds. As we reach the conclusion of this enriching journey, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you who played a part in making ICHR-26 a huge success. Before we commence the event, may I now respectfully invite our distinguished individuals to kindly grace the stage and take their designated seats. We are honored to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Rizwan Taj. Sir, please come to the stage. We also extend our regards to our chief patron, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rehman. Sir. The Chief Executive Officer, Sir Shafiqur Rahman, along with Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool, Principal RCD, and Dr. Nasir Ahmed. May I request you all to please come forward and join us on stage as we formally commence this prestigious ceremony. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. To formally begin the event, we will start with the recitation of the Holy Quran. We are honored to invite Qari Abdul Rauf Madni, a respected Quran reciter, to bless this gathering with his recitation. May this recitation bring peace, blessing, and guidance to all present. Sir, please join us on stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات فلهم أجر غير ممنون فما يكذبك بعد بالدين أليس الله بأحكم الحاكمين صدق الله العظيم अल्लाह ताला के नाम से शुरू करता हूँ जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम करने वाला है। कसम है इंजीर की और जैतून की और तूरे सीना और इस पुरअमन शहर यानी मक्का की। यकीनन हमने इंसान को बेहतरीन सूरत में पैदा किया है, फिर इसे नीचों से नीचा कर दिया, सिवाय उन लोगों के जो ईमान लाए और नेक अमल करते रहे, तो इनके लिए ऐसा अजर है जो कभी खत्म ना होगा। बस ए नबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम, इसके बाद कौन जजा और सजा के मामले में आपको जुटला सकता है? क्या अल्लाह ताला सबसे बड़ा हाकिम नहीं है? व आखिर दावाना अनिल हम्दुलिल्लाहि रब्बिल आलमीन।
Jazakallah. Before we proceed further, I kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you, everyone. Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool is a leading orthodontist and medical education expert, a combination that has helped him connect clinical excellence with strong academic improvements. He has more than 3 decades of outstanding leadership experience in orthodontics, curriculum reform, accreditation systems, research, and dental policy development. Over the past decade, he has been actively involved in PMDC, CPSP, and Healthcare Commission, both provincial and federal governments. He has played a key role in updating undergraduate and postgraduate curriculum, improving dental college accreditation standards, and helping shape how the quality of dental institutions measured across the country. He also developed the structure of oral health policy, which has been adopted by the provincial government and benefits general doctors on a large scale. He is the former editor-in-chief of JKCD and currently the founding chief editor of JRCD. He also has been a key force in promoting knowledge sharing by organizing multiple national conferences, 2 international orthodontic conferences, and 4 international health research conferences. He also planned the 12th International Conference of Pakistan Association of Orthodontics as the president in 2026. For his welcome address, please join me in welcoming the man, the mentor, the visionary leader, and the driving force in academics and research, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guest, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Rizwan Taj, President, Pakistan Medical and Dental Council, esteemed researchers, and dear participant, Assalamu alaikum. As we gather here at the close of this remarkable conference, I feel both humbled and inspired. Over the past days, we have witnessed the power of knowledge in motion. Research that doesn't remain confined to journals or laboratories, but instead research into the heart of society, guiding the choices and shape our futures. The theme of this conference was From Real World Research to Real World Decisions. Has been more than a slogan, it has been a call to action. We have seen how rigorous inquiry can illuminate the path forward, how evidence can replace assumption, and how collaboration between scholars, practitioners, and policymakers can transform challenges into opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned that research is not an end in itself, it is a bridge between discovery and application, between insights and impact. And today, as we conclude, I urge each of us to carry this spirit beyond these walls. Let us ensure that data we collect, the analysis we conduct, and the conclusion we draw are translated into decision and improve lives, strengthen communities, and safeguard our future, shared future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, speakers, and participants who have made this conference a beacon of knowledge and dialogue. Your dedication reminds us that progress is not achieved in isolation, but through collective efforts and shared visions. Dear participant, we pray, may this conversation we begin here continue to resonate, and may the decision we make tomorrow be guided by the research we celebrate today. This is a great privilege to announce the 5th chapter of ICHR-26-2027, which is to be held on 9th, 10th, and 11th of April 2027. With this, I conclude my talk, but before that, I have to mention that Professor Rizwan Taj is very kind, and the first time I'm working for the last 1 decade with PMDC, but he listened to the ideas and support. And especially, I'm thankful that he has supported dental education as well. And this is the first time that we are able to draw a line to formulate the syllabus, to formulate our standards and way forward for our careers. He has also supported our institution, and he is always praising Rahman Medical Institution and admiring this. And he was, I think, so impressed just with the name of Harimai. And today he is the witness that we are providing not only the service structure, the quality education and care as well. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce a visionary leader and distinguished physician scientist, Dr. Nasir Ahmed. He earned his PhD with the prestigious European doctorate from the University of Verona, Italy, where he was named Best Graduate. With over 70 publications, an impact factor exceeding 100, and books with Elsewhere and Springer Nature, his academic contributions are exceptional. As the founding course director of Certificate in Health Research at RMI, he has led the region's largest research training program. In just 3 years, more than 1,200 healthcare professionals have been trained under his guidance. He is also the driving force behind the International Conference on Health Research, ICHR, now its fourth edition. Currently, he serves as Director of Research at Rehman College of Dentistry and visiting professor at the University of Verona, a leader who has transformed how research is taught, practiced, and shared. Please join me in warmly welcome Dr. Nasir Ahmed. Sir.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Rizwan Taj, President, Pakistan Medical and Dental Council. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, panelists, jury members, and very dear participants, Assalamu alaikum. As we come to the close of this conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all speakers and panelists for sharing their valuable experience, knowledge, and insights, and as well as our jury members for their time, expertise, and thankful contribution. This year's edition, ICHR-26, has been truly remarkable. We are honored to host more than 2,000 participants from across the Pakistan and from countries including Afghanistan, Philippines, Malaysia, Ireland, and Italy, as this was the hybrid, and they have presented, they participated in this, all the discussions, and they were engaged throughout the 3 days. The presence of such a diverse and international audience reflects the growing impact of this conference. We are privileged to have eminent researchers and experts contributing by key components of the conference, including National Research Dialogue, Editors Summit, plenary sessions. We had 7 parallel sessions, including all the allied medical and health sciences, in medical, dentistry, pharmaceutical sciences, and allied health sciences, nursing, dentistry. So it was like we had 3 plenary sessions for everyone. And then we made the specific for each track parallel sessions for their focused gatherings. My sincere thanks to all the participants. Your active engagement and commitments made this conference truly meaningful. I know it was very hectic from 8 till 6 p.m. And for also for our speakers, senior speakers, they were throughout the day with us, and today they were here at 7:30 for Science Cafe and networking. A very special appreciation to Professor Ghulam Rasool Saab and entire RCD faculty and students and RMI students and faculty whose dedication and teamwork played a vital role in making this conference a success. I would like to acknowledge tireless efforts of our organizing team, along with housekeeping staff, security teams, transport staff, and everyone working behind the scenes to ensure everything runs smoothly. We are deeply grateful to the RMI management, all directors, our national and international collaborators for their continuous support, trust, and partnership. Over the past few days, this conference has not only shared knowledge, but also built connections, inspired ideas, and strengthened our commitment to research. As we close ICHR-26, let us carry forward this we have learned and continue working together, better healthcare and stronger research in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please welcome Sir Shafiqur Rahman, Chief Executive Officer of Rehman Medical Institute with over 15 years of leadership experience in this role. His work focuses on strengthening healthcare system through innovation, digital transformation, and the effective use of data to support clinical and organizational decision making. He has a strong interest in entrepreneurship and innovation and currently serves as the president of Entrepreneurs Organization Islamabad chapter. Please welcome Sir Shafiqur Rahman.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and a very almost good afternoon now to everyone. Assalamu alaikum. It's really an honor and a privilege to be standing here at yet another edition of a very successful ICHR that we are seeing. And before I begin, I just want to acknowledge something that's important, because this conference almost did not happen. Over the past few months, I remember several conversations and repeated suggestions that would come up. Let's cancel it, let's postpone it, let's move it to a virtual format. But the team behind this event refused to give up. They could have taken a convenient option, or they could have taken the right option. And the right option was to continue, was to persevere, and make events such as this possible, even in some of the most trying circumstances. So my deepest appreciation to all the team members led by Professor Ghulam Rasool Saab and Dr. Nasir Ahmed, and all the unsung heroes. I know there's a huge team that it takes to put on an event like this together. And while we cannot name every single one of them, I just want to reach out and appreciate the effort, the days and nights that they've spent to put this together in a lot of challenging circumstances. So a round of applause for everyone who organized this event. I'd also like to warmly welcome Professor Rizwan Taj Saab, the president of PMDC, because it's very pertinent that we have him over here. I've been listening to the conversations we've had over the last few days, and a lot that we've discussed really boils down to one thing. And that is the fact that how do we train the next generation of caregivers and health professionals? And that is something that has been raised more than once, and that is something fundamental that all of us involved in healthcare education and healthcare delivery need to focus on and prioritize. I'd now like to take all of you back to the year 1991, when Hyderabad was still very raw and open land, underdeveloped, a lot of scattered plots. And that is when the decision was made to build what was then to be named the Rehman Medical Institute. Our founder chairman saw a reality that he simply could not ignore. He would see the patients traveling long distance to Karachi and elsewhere, arriving too late in many cases, unfortunately losing lives, not because the treatment did not exist, but because of a lack of access. And that is really the story behind RMI. He chose to return to his hometown, Peshawar. He chose to build, and he chose to change that reality that everyone else had accepted back then. Almost a decade later, in 2002, when RMI opened its doors to the patients, what had then started off as a very modest effort turned into a comprehensive academic health system whose impact goes far beyond the walls of the campus that you now see over here. Hyderabad, this part of Hyderabad at least, has turned into a medical city of sorts, and that's something we are deeply proud of, because RMI has a profound contribution to what we see around us, with this region now emerging as what we learned earlier is probably the densest
healthcare cluster in Pakistan and emerging as a healthcare hub for the region as a whole. But the shift that I'm talking about was more than just scaling up, as we conventionally call it. This shift was really about a shift in mindset, a shift that transformed the healthcare over here, not just within RMI, but across Hayatabad, across Peshawar, across KP. We even meet friends from other cities who come in and tell us how RMI has inspired them to come back home and make a difference, whether it's cities like Multan or Quetta. Today, we now have the opportunity of doing the same with research, moving it from something that we present to something that we're actually using. And that's the shift we'd love to see in research, going on from the earlier impact that we've had on healthcare delivery and education. And over the last few days, I did see that shift across sessions, across conversations. We've talked about new disciplines. We talked about bringing podiatry to KP. We talked about exchange opportunities that could happen. We talked about, working at the cross section of medicine, nursing, allied health discipline. We talked about the need for building health capacity in the health management sphere, for example, and so many other areas. We talked about applying AI. That's a buzzword that we keep hearing about, but where is the application on the ground? How is it affecting the common man, the patient in all of those rural areas? We also talked about how do we make prevention central to what we do. And you could feel that these are conversations that will, inshallah, transform into something very real going forward. But yet, what stays with me most from the last 3 days is the reality that we are faced with right now. And this is something profound that really struck me when I heard it recently. The fact that at least half of our pregnant women in this country are anemic, that 4 out of every 10 children born here are stunted, that we're already seeing early signs of an HIV epidemic in Pakistan, and that we have one of the highest burdens of hepatitis, not just in the region, but in the world. These are not distant problems. This is the difficult truth that we must acknowledge. And the sad part is that we do understand most of this. We have the data, we do have the evidence, we know what works and what doesn't. So the gap is not really knowledge, it is what we do with that knowledge. And I really hope, and I'm very optimistic that we're going to do something about it, because in our context, that gap really costs lives. Research at the heart of it must inform policy, and policy must then translate into real impact. And that's been the theme of this conference. And that really depends on how we train our people. If the next generation is not equipped to think critically, to use evidence, and to work across disciplines, this gap will remain. Because ultimately, what we accept in training is what we deliver in practice. At RMI, we see ICHR as a leading flagship conference that we host every year, and we're very proud of that. But more than that, we also see it as a platform where ideas come forward, ideas are exchanged, and research takes shape and has an effect on the ground realities that our country faces. Because we're not short of talent and we're not short of insight either, but what we really need is execution. So as we close, I leave you with something very simple, and that's a request for all of you. Take just one idea from this conference, just one, and start acting on it. Because in our context, it's the small changes that will compound with time. The real success of ICHR will not just be measured by the number of attendees and the number of posters and the number of papers that we had. It will not be judged by what was said over here, but by what changes were brought about as a result of that. Because Pakistan stands at a very important moment right now. And if we can connect that knowledge with decisions, if we can align our efforts and follow through, then our future will not be defined by the constraints that we face, but by the choices that we make. And maybe in the years ahead, ICHR 2035, 2036, we will come here and say, we didn't just talk about research here. We used it to change outcomes, and doing so, we hopefully would have saved lives. So thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you at ICHR 2027, Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite our distinguished chief guest, Professor Dr. Rizwan Taj, President of the Pakistan Medical and Dental Council, to share a few words with us. Professor Dr. Rizwan Taj is a highly respected leader in the field of medical and dental regulation, currently serving as the president of the PMDC. With his extensive experience and commitment to maintaining a high standards in medical and dental education and practice across Pakistan, he has played a vital role in strengthening regulatory frameworks and promoting quality healthcare education. May I request Professor Dr. Rizwan Taj to kindly come to the stage, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm really pleased and I'm really overjoyed to be here. And just to what some of you might not know, I'm a graduate of Khyber Medical College. And Peshawar is very dear to me, and I also have a home on Shami Road. Honorable Rehman Saab, an institution in himself, Shafiqur Rehman Saab, Ghulam Rasool Saab, and Nasir Ahmed Saab. And I see Shaukat Saab here, who's a part of our journal committee team, and Mukhtar and Fahad. So I welcome you all, and I fully support and fully I'm fully support and fully happy about that this kind of event is taking place, and that too in a private medical college. Now, it's exactly 3 years since I became the president of the Pakistan Medical Council. And when I was joining, so I got a lot of feedback that it's highly politicized. What are you doing? What is going to happen? You won't survive. You're too polite. You will not survive more than a few weeks. And I kept listening to these people, and they failed to understand that my resolve was different from other people. So I committed myself that I will never take any money or penny or any pay from PMDC. And I'll make sure that all the controversies, the corruption charges, everything that the whole system had been created would be dismantled, and everything will be done on merit and purely merit. And fortunately, at a very high cost, and probably the most difficult 3 years of my life, we have managed to clean up the system and digitalize this completely, get the WFME recognition, raised our standards, and not given to any proposition or any plan that would undermine the medical education in the country. And of course, that was noticed, and the Prime Minister is very sensitive about medical education. And I hear cabinet meetings and everywhere that they say that medical education and our graduates are one of the areas where we can be proud of. So again, I congratulate all of you. And I again tell you that RMI is in a very good books in PMDC. So again, we should be proud of that. And I'm not just saying this to please you, I'm saying this because I know. And again, Ghulam Rasool has been a very integral part of our dental academic board, and he's working on the syllabus and the program for the 5 years. And again, I wish to also tell you that the way the system is working, we are worried that future colleges which are lagging behind will not survive. And this time, the admissions that were going on, there were many, despite our extension of the waiting date by a month, still 1,200 slots in Sindh and Punjab were still lying vacant. And most of these slots were dental slots as well. So I fear, and again, it has to do with the cost and a lot of other issues, because again, it's not becoming viable for a family to pay so much money and at the end get nothing, running around for house jobs, begging for postgraduate trainings, and everything is on our sites, and we are trying to look for solution. So future RMI type institutions will survive, and many other who are lagging behind will just dissolve or disappear from the scene. So again, I'm very pleased to be here. I think that research is very dear to me as a topic. And since I came, I had already given instructions and make it mandatory for the medical colleges across Pakistan to have a research cell, have a research budget, and have a research journal. And our Shaukat Saab is sitting here. Our journal committee is very active and very merit-based, and he knows that. And I'm really pleased that we get a lot of applications and we really see them thoroughly, and then we give them recognition. So research is so fundamental and crucial to the future of Pakistan. अब 2 दिन से मैं क्या खबरें देख रहा हूँ कि HIV is spreading like anything and nobody has done anything about it. And then आज की रिपोर्ट ये है द न्यूज़ की कि इस्लामाबाद में HIV के इतने सारे केसेस हो गए हैं. And this is all bad implementation of research evidence. And it is so upsetting. And you mentioned hepatitis. Again, we're not getting out of that. We are not getting out of the polio. The whole world is out of polio. We are not getting out of polio. And we keep blaming the Afghans and everybody else while we want to keep your own house in order. So the research part is lagging behind. And then I become very jealous when I look at, I don't know if they are true or not, the Indians are claiming that they've found a cure for diabetes. Then I see the Hunan report where they are using stem cell technology to get out of diabetes. And I feel jealous about that, because why can't we do? Our doctors are no less than any other country, especially across the border. But in terms of research, we are really lagging behind. And a lot of encouragement and a lot of effort needs to be put into that. Now, you need to understand that if there are about maybe 300 people or 400 in this audience, everybody is not fit for research. You need a certain kind of personality to be able to indulge in quality research. I'm not talking about writing papers just for the sake of papers, just for the sake of getting a position of AP or whatever. I'm talking about quality research. And again, there's a certain kind of personality which must be very patient, which must be very productive, which must be very passionate, जो ये काम कर सकती है. हर किसी के बस की बात नहीं होती. So we've already devised that from first year onwards, some students should start research, and students should be taught ways of research so that they have a start and they look at things and they produce papers and they keep on improving over the years. And again, the research has to have an ending. The research has to have some benefit to the population of Pakistan. And I really feel sad. बाहर से लोग आते हैं, they are expat Pakistanis, और वो यहाँ से डेटा ले जाते हैं और वो पूरी दुनिया में पेश करते हैं, that they get medals, and then they claim they're not Pakistani. They go back to they talk about their adopted country across the sea. And especially infant mortality or maternal mortality. I'm hearing the reports for the last 10, 20 years. And these people take data from here, they come every year, they scan, they have funding from abroad. And then they do not give us an answer that why 20 years में ये infant mortality कम क्यों नहीं हुई? Why is that not reduced? उसका हल हमें नहीं बताते. They are just happy to get the data, tell that, oh, this is going bad, and that's it. And they get benefits from squeezing their country's blood. And I deeply dislike that. And look at us. I mean, वो अभी आपने देखा वो कि कहीं पे मीरपुर खास में कि कहाँ पे एड्स के केसेस आए और उन्होंने बताया कि वो syringes गलत तरीके से इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे. So how bad it is the government's responsibility to ensure that the hospitals follow the standards and the quality of making sure that these things don't happen. And these are not incidents which are preventable. These are very much preventable. Even basic things like ORS, we haven't been able to fully implement a policy. It's just the basic, simplest thing I can tell you. So a lot of work has to be done on research. A lot of work has to be done on implementable research so that the policy or your population benefits and you come up with new ideas. You come, अभी मुझे dental का तो इतना पता नहीं है, but I know it's expanded into many fields, community dentistry, whatever, so many fields. And there is not a single person in this world who might not have gone to a dentist. Everybody has to, some stage, go to a dentist, thanks to our bad diet and bad hygiene and everything. So dental treatment is so crucial for everyone, and so much potential. The other day we were in Nust University and there was the seminar on importing patients to get treatment in Pakistan. So डेंटिस्ट्री में तो बहुत पोटेंशियल है. आपको तो आइडिया ही नहीं है कि वेस्ट में डेंटिस्ट्री के प्रोसीजर्स की प्राइसेस may be up to 50 to 100 times more than in Pakistan. So you have the potential to bring patients here, get them treatment, and get them back within a very short or small budget. And Turkey has done that very well. Turkey ने अपनी मेडिकल इंडस्ट्री को बहुत अच्छा डेवलप किया और अपनी और अट्रैक्ट किया लोगों को. So people from Europe, people from Gulf countries, वो वहाँ जाते हैं, they get treatment, they get first class stay and everything, and they're picked up from the airport, and they stay in the hotel for 2-3 days, first class hotel, and they're given treatment and they go back. And of course, China is also doing that as well. So why should we stay behind? हमारी कंट्री को तो ज़रूरत है पैसों की, डॉलर्स की, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज की, और ये फील्ड ऐसी है जहाँ पे हम तरक्की कर सकते हैं. And so I think that you people as dentists should, and of course the medical side as well, should focus on that as well. I know that you've been providing treatment to the people across the border, and I think that thing is interrupted, and I don't see that resolving from the reports I've seen so soon. So that is one area, but really you need to focus on other countries as well, from where you can import. Thailand बहुत अच्छा काम करता है. They import people and they import patients and they give them first class treatment for a very nominal price. तो हम तो उससे भी nominal दे सकते हैं. हमारा तो currency भी काफी नीचे है. So I think that is where you need to focus on. Back to the research part. So you must think about it at least 20% of your academic time, at least. And you must think about finding new solutions, new ways to deal with problems, and new ways that you can improve the dental practice in Pakistan. And that will really, really, really help the country. So keep your country first and keep the benefits of your country first, rather than personal benefits. So I'm giving you myself as an example. So you think about your country, you think about the benefits of your country, and you work on research that helps the people, the implementable research, the practice, the research knowledge that is transmitted into actual improvement in the lives of the daily population. And that is so crucial that we won't survive if we keep our back in terms of not giving it too much importance. और दूसरी मैं एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताऊं, लोगों के ख्याल है इसमें पैसा नहीं है, लेकिन इतनी सारी ग्रांट्स होती हैं इंटरनेशनल जो हम टैप ही नहीं करते क्योंकि हमें तरीका ही नहीं आता. There is a set way of applying for grants abroad. वेलकम ट्रस्ट है, फाइजर ट्रस्ट है, पता नहीं कौन कौन से हैं, बहुत सारे ट्रस्ट हैं. And the people of our country are not tapping that potential, unfortunately. वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा potential है. And if you get one grant, you have a very better chance of getting another grant. और वो grant थोड़े से पैसों की नहीं होती, वो it's a very hefty and very handsome amount that you get, and you can easily and very cheaply do the research and that they ask for in Pakistan if you have a nice proposal. तो कोशिश करें, I request Honorable Senior Rehman Saab and the Mukhtar and गुलाम रसूल कि आप लोगों को सिखाए कि ग्रांट्स के लिए कैसे अप्लाई करते हैं एंड ट्राई टू गेट ग्रांट्स फ्रॉम अब्रॉड, और वो रिसर्च जो भी होगी वो टॉप क्वालिटी की भी होगी क्योंकि वो मॉनिटर्ड होगी और वो पब्लिशेबल भी होगी, एंड यू विल गेट अनदर ग्रांट आफ्टर दैट, सो देयर लॉट ऑफ मनी दैट कैन बी सेव्ड इन दैट आल्सो। तो ये चंद चीज़ें जहन में रखें। I'll just see if I'm missing out any point. I think the important point is contextualization. I think it's not one size fit all everything. We have to look at our own ground realities, and we have to look at what is required for the Pakistani population, which is very different from what is required in Britain or America or maybe the Gulf countries. And then we need to look for solutions for that. So it's not a one size fit all at all. So it's a complete new idea that you want to help your people and you want them to survive and you want to have the best practices. I don't know, but I think I saw a report somewhere that the Japanese have developed a serum where tooth decay is prevented and tooth generation is become more easier. I don't know if it's true or not. You keep getting all the kinds of reports every day. So I think that you need to look at your population, you need to look at their needs, you need to look at the prevalence of problems that are in the country, and they then look for a research topic and look for some kind of solution, some kind of recommendation that you can come up with. Now we come to the reward part. It's not just about money. The Pakistani population में disparity बहुत ज़्यादा है. आपके पास गरीब आते हैं, आपके पास अमीर आते हैं. आपकी 80% population इतनी affording नहीं है. So you have to see कि what you do, what you come out with, you help the poor as well as the rich. So think about that, कि how you can help the 80% of population who can't afford regular dental treatment. And dental treatment is, by Pakistani population's buying capacity, is expensive. So you need to look into that as well and see how you can set up a package which where you can attract poor and rich at the same time. Just to give you an idea, a lot of interesting new proposals are coming up in PMDC, and we will keep RMI on board and Ghulam Rasool on board and Mukhtar on board. And a lot of changes, a lot of more improvements are going to happen are going to unfold over the next few months. And RMI will be our partner, and I'll make sure that they contribute and they be part of it. तो आपके शहर की एक हमारे काउंसिल मेंबर हैं, तो वो कहते हैं कि पता नहीं 7 miles के रेडियस में 17 मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं. He keeps on raising that figure. So I don't think it's true, but I hope it's not true. Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. As we come to the final moments of this remarkable conference, it is now time to express our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to those individuals whose unwavering commitment and support made this conference a resounding success. It is with great honor that we now begin the award presentation ceremony. I would now like to respectfully invite our chief guest, Professor Dr. Rizwan Taj, to kindly come forward on stage and present tokens of appreciation to our esteemed individuals. I also request our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rehman, Sir Shafiqur Rahman, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool, and Dr. Nasir Ahmed to please come forward. Let us begin with the first award awarded to Qari Abdul Rauf Madni, token of appreciation, sir. Next, we have Coordinator ICHR-26, Dr. Suhaib Ahmed. Next, we have Conference Secretary ICHR-26, Ms. Meera Tanveer. Next, we have Chair Scientific Committee ICHR-26, Dr. Rehman. Now we have winners of ICHR-26 competitions who will be awarded with cash prize as well. First is undergraduate posters. Runner-up, Hafiz Danial Khan, Adiba Zahid, Hafiz Hamza Mahmood from Khyber Medical College, Peshawar. Winners from Khyber Medical College, Muhammad Faz Khan. Next, we have postgraduate posters. Second runner-up is from Khyber Girls Medical College, Dr. Mustafa Waheed, Dr. Hasina Wali, Dr. Hamza Khan. First runner-up we have from Rehman College of Dentistry, Dr. Faika Kundi and Dr. Nasir Ahmed. Winners of the postgraduate posters, Sarwat Jahan, Muhammad Ikram and Salman Zahir. Now we have rapid fire. Runner-up of the rapid fire is from Rehman Medical College, Ihtisham al-Haq. We have winner from Army Medical College, Rawalpindi, Ahmed Rashid. Postgraduate verbal, second runner-up from Isra University, Hyderabad, Umme Heba. First runner-up, Dr. Shafaq Tassim. Next, we have winner from Hyderabad Medical Complex, Aisha Naeem. Next, we have Research Arena. Second runner-up, Alishba Nasser. First runner-up, we have Yasmin Afzal. Rehman College of Nursing.
Congratulations.
Winner is Hina Afridi. Runner-up of the quiz competition is Team Khyber, Mansoor Khalid, Mohammad Zishan, Mohammad Fahad Iqbal, and Shafiqur Rahman. Team KCD. Winner for the quiz competition is Team Smart Molar, Amila Hafiz, Maheen Kashif Jan, Ayman Ashfaq Ali, Khatija Noman. Next, we have ICHR-26 institution collaborators and CME providers. From KMU, we have Dr. Zile Huma. From AKU, we have Dr. Rehana. From NICVD, we have Dr. Ghazala Irfan. From HSA, we have Professor Dr. Junaid Sarfaraz. Health Services Academy. From GK, we have Dr. Muhammad Hanif. Ghulam Isa Khan Institute. From KMC, we have Dr. Faisal Saleh. Now, I would like to call Dr. Najma to announce the award for the Best Emerging Health Journal. Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to a very important segment of this event, announcement of the Best Emerging Health Journal Award. This award has been designed to recognize young and developing health journals that are demonstrating excellence and commitment to advancing scientific publishing. The evaluation was carried out based on key criteria, including quality of publications, editorial standards, transparency, indexing, visibility, as well as innovation, growth, and contribution to research culture. For this award, a panel of esteemed judges conducted a thorough and independent evaluation of 9 submitted applications. And after a careful assessment against the defined criteria, top 3 journals were selected for recognition today. Since most of the journals are from outside Peshawar, the winners may need to be announced in absentia. So for the third position, it goes to BMC Journal of Medical Sciences, managed by Professor Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Khan. I would request Professor Ghulam Rasool to please receive the award on behalf of Professor Dr. Muhammad Shoaib Khan. The second position goes to Professor Dr. Inam Manzoor for the Journal of Akhtar Saeed Medical and Dental College. And the first position and winner of the Best Emerging Health Journal Award goes to International Journal of Pharmacy and Integrated Health Sciences, Dr. Kamal Ashik. Sir, if you could kindly receive the awards. Let's give a warm round of applause to all the winning journals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to call Dr. Nasir Ahmed to announce the award for the Best National Health Journal. Sir.
Thank you so much. At this moment, we like to recognize truly remarkable individual, a pioneer, a mentor, a leading force in medical journalism and scientific publishing in Pakistan. Mr. Shaukat Ali Javed has played a transformative role in strengthening the culture of research and academic publishing in the country. Please, sir. Through his leadership, dedication, and commitment to quality and ethical standards, he has guided generations of researchers, authors, and academicians. Under his visionary editorial leadership, Pakistan Journal of Medical Sciences has grown into one of the most respected biomedical journals in the region. Established in 1984 with the name Specialist and renamed in 2000 as Pakistan Journal of Medical Sciences. This is indexed with the PubMed Central, Scopus, Web of Science, Directory of Open Journal Access. The journal has achieved international visibility and strong citation with impact factor 1.7, highest impact factor for health sciences journal in Pakistan. Through this platform, Mr. Javed has not only strengthened scientific publishing, but has also mentored and shaped countless researchers, helping them improve quality, integrity, and impact of their work. He may not carry the title of professor, but he has played a pivotal role in shaping and guiding many professors and researchers. His contributions have significantly advanced standards of research, editorial excellence, and ethical publishing in Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Najma to please come forward and receive her award. Ma'am. It is now time to express our sincere gratitude to the visionary leaders whose support made this conference a huge success. First, we are truly honored to invite visionary force behind ICHR-26, Dr. Nasir Ahmed, Chairman of ICHR-26, whose passion and commitment have brought this prestigious platform for life, Dr. Nasir Ahmed. Next, we acknowledge the invaluable guidance of our esteemed patron, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool, Principal of Rehman College of Dentistry, whose remarkable contributions and academic excellence continue to inspire the dental education community. Moving forward, we pay tribute to a distinguished leader whose dedication and dynamic stewardship continue to elevate health research initiative, none other than Sir Shafiqur Rahman, CEO of RMI, a driving force behind innovation and progress. And finally, we extend a heartfelt appreciation to Professor Dr. Muhammad Rehman, Chairman of Rehman Medical Institute, whose visionary leadership and unwavering commitment have been instrumental in advancing healthcare and education. Sir, please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request the leadership to present the token of appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Rizwan Taj, President of PMDC. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we officially bring the ICHR-26 ceremony to a close. Thank you all once again from the bottom of our hearts for being with us on this incredible journey. It has truly been an amazing experience filled with learning, inspiration, and collaboration. We are deeply grateful to each one of you for being a part of ICHR-26 and making it so special. Your presence, participation, and enthusiasms are what made this event such a huge success. Until we meet again, thank you and take care.
Thank you so much for the ACME certification. Please give your feedback. Evaluation is QR codes are displayed on various walls. Please give your feedback. Evaluation is mandatory for the certification. Please join for lunch on 8th floor and 6th floor. Thank you so much.
Mic check.
Hello, hello. Okay, take that.
It is requested that all the CHR graduates be seated on the right side. Thank you.
Right side.
It is requested that all the CHR graduates be seated to the right side. Thank you.
Excuse me, if everyone could please be seated, we are about to begin the award ceremony. So please kindly take your seats and settle down. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, respected faculty, proud graduates, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I am Dr. Faika Kundi.
And I am Dr. Aman Altamash Israr.
Your hosts for today's ceremony. It is our great honor to welcome you all to the Certificate in Health Research Certificate Distribution Ceremony at Rehman Medical Institute. Today we celebrate not only the achievements of our CHR participants, but also the milestone of the fundamentals of health research, that is the FHR, and the Emerging Research Program ERP, reflecting our shared commitment to excellence in research. The CHR program, initiated in 2021 under the patronage of Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool and the academic leadership of Dr. Nasir Ahmed, has grown into a cornerstone of research capacity building at RMI. Today, with its 35th batch in progress, the program continues to demonstrate sustained growth and institutional dedication.
Alongside this, the FHR program has played a vital role in introducing healthcare professionals and students to the fundamentals of scientific research, promoting critical thinking and evidence-based practice. This initiative has successfully led to 26 abstract submissions, marking a noteworthy achievement for the FHR community. Furthermore, the Emerging Research Program, launched in January, is a structured training initiative comprising an intensive 2-week coursework followed by a 3-month research phase. The program has already successfully graduated 2 batches, guiding participants to produce meaningful, high-quality research within a short span of time. Today at ICHR-26, we proudly celebrate a significant milestone as 6 CHR batches graduate, representing a large and accomplished cohort of emerging researchers, and we celebrate the graduates of CHR, FHR, and ERP, honoring their dedication, hard work, and commitment to advancing research excellence. We would like to invite to stage Dr. Ghulam Rasool, CEO RMI, Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, Dr. Bakhtiyar Zahid, Dr. Nasir Ahmed, and Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari onto the stage. Please join us on stage, sirs.
We will begin this ceremony with the recitation of a few verses from the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر
Jazakallah khair. Now I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. provide us with insights into the journey and the impact of the CHR program, I would like to invite Dr. Nasir Ahmed to present the overview. Dr. Nasir Ahmed is an internationally recognized physician scientist known for advancing medical research, global collaborations, and clinical innovation. As a founder for the Center for Health Research and the visionary behind ICHR.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Zabta Shinwari Saab, CEO Mr. Shafiq Rehman, Dean RMI, Professor Ghulam Rasul Saab, and respectable faculty, Professor Zili Humma, Professor Rehana Rehman, Professor Najma Basir, Professor Waqar Ali, and other distinguished guests, and dear graduates of CHR, FHR, and ERP, Assalamu alaikum. अच्छा, सबको पता है CHR भी क्या है, बड़ा मशहूर है, ज़माना कोर्स है, बड़े लोग करते हैं। ख़ास बात इन सब लोगों की ये है कि इन्होंने आज जो 6 महीनों में पढ़ा, सीखा, सुना, सुनाया, उसको प्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश की और प्रेजेंट किया। चाहे वो कमज़ोर किया या अच्छा किया, एटलीस्ट प्रेजेंट किया। इनके लिए क्लैपिंग। इस कोर्स को जब हम डिज़ाइन, मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम 2022 में कोर्स का सोचा कि एक ऐसा कोर्स हो जिससे कि हम एक माइलस्टोन अचीव कर सकें, बजाय इसके कि बाकी इस मुल्क के अंदर जितने भी इस CHR के कोर्स हैं उनके 2 कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेशंस होते हैं सर। 4-5 दिन का एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेशन होता है और 4-5 दिन का एक और कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेशन होता है। बहुत अच्छे कोर्सेज हैं, बहुत वर्दी टीचर्स पढ़ाते हैं, बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाते हैं। शायद मेरे टीचर से तो अच्छा नहीं, मुझसे अच्छा पढ़ाते हैं। लेकिन होता क्या है कि जो मेरा अपना भी एक्सपीरियंस है, हम CPSP की वर्कशॉप भी अटेंड करते हैं, 4 दिन मुसलसल जाते हैं, मुसलसल रोटी खाते हैं, मुसलसल चाय पीते हैं और साथ एक बड़ी पेप्सी की बोतल भी होती है, वो भी थोड़ी पीते हैं और 5वें दिन कुछ पता नहीं चलता कि अब क्या करना है। तो प्लान ऐसे किया कि 6 मॉड्यूल्स पे इसको इस्टेब्लिश किया कि 6 मॉड्यूल्स हों, हर मॉड्यूल में एक माइलस्टोन अचीव हो जाए। पहले मॉड्यूल में आइडिया शुरू कहाँ से करना है, सबसे जब पूछा कि पहला स्टेप क्या होता है रिसर्च में, तो सब ने कहा कि फॉर्मुलेशन ऑफ रिसर्च क्वेश्चन, प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करना। अब तो सबको पता होगा ना पहला स्टेप क्या होता है जी, CHR वाले, पहला स्टेप क्या होता है, एरिया ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आइडेंटिफाई करना। हमें पता तो हो कि हमने किस एरिया में रिसर्च करनी है, फिर सोचना उस एरिया के अंदर रह के है। पूरी दुनिया को नहीं सोच सकते, हम ह्यूमन हैं, इंसान हैं। अगर हम जब तक फोकस नहीं होंगे, रिसर्च हमेशा टनल्ड होती है। तो इसी तरीके से दूसरे मॉड्यूल में मेथोडोलॉजी, प्रोफेसर ज़िले हुम्मा, प्रोफेसर नजमा और प्रोफेसर रेहाना रहमान बेहतरीन अंदाज में मेथोडोलॉजी पढ़ाती हैं, स्टडी डिज़ाइंस कवर कराते हैं कि किस तरीके से आपने सैम्पल साइज कैलकुलेट करना है। और फिर उसके बाद बारी आ जाती है प्रोफेसर वक़ार अली और प्रोफेसर इकबाल वाहिद की, कि वो बताते हैं स्टैटिस्टिक्स क्या बला होती है, इसके क्या टूल्स होते हैं, डेटा कैसे एंटर होता है, डेटा चीज़ें कैसी होती है। फिर हम चौथे मॉड्यूल में जाके उसको इंटरप्रेट करना, एनालाइज करना और रिजल्ट्स को समझना कि अब डेटा तो आ गया है, अब डेटा के साथ करना क्या है, अब टेस्ट लगा दिए हैं, रिजल्ट्स आ गए, अब इसको इंटरप्रेट कैसे करना है और पेपर के अंदर उसको रिजल्ट्स की शक्ल में कैसे लेके आना है। और फिर उसके बाद दोबारा बारी आ जाती है प्रोफेसर ज़िले हुम्मा, प्रोफेसर नजमा और प्रोफेसर रेहाना की, कि वो आर्टिकल राइटिंग, पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन ये सारा सिखाती हैं। और छठे मॉड्यूल में फिर मेरी बारी आ जाती है वही पुरानी बातें दोबारा करने की, और हाउ एंड वेयर टू सबमिट एंड पब्लिश योर रिसर्च, इसकी कहानी आ जाती है। तो ये हमारा एक सफ़र होता है सर 6 महीने का, जिसमें हम कोशिश करते हैं कि सारे इसको कुछ हद तक लेके चलें। अगरचे कि 6 महीने में कोई बड़ी रिसर्च नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन हमारी लिमिटेशन होती हैं। कुछ लोगों ने बाहर जाना है, कुछ लोगों ने अंदर आना है, कुछ लोगों को सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए, तो हमारी लिमिटेशन की वजह से 6 मंथ में से हम कंप्लीट करते हैं। फिर उसके बाद हमने कहा कि सर ने बार बार कहा RCD में रिसर्च कमज़ोर है और पूरी दुनिया को ट्रेन करते जा रहे हैं। हम हर साल कहते हैं 2, 3, 4 बैचेस बहुत हैं, लेकिन इतना फ्लो होता है, इतना लोगों का प्रेशर होता है कि इस साल 12 बैचेस, हमारे 6 बैच ग्रेजुएट हो गए हैं और 3 मंथ्स में अनदर 6 बैच विल बी ग्रेजुएटेड। सो 12 बैचेस इस साल में रन हो रहे हैं। उसके बाद हमने आरसीडी के अंदर एक छोटी सी एक्सरसाइज की कि पूरे आरसीडी के लिए हमने मैंडेटरी कर दिया कि एक 3 मंथ्स का एक कोर्स करेंगे स्टूडेंट्स, अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स के लिए। 3 मॉड्यूल्स रखे इनके, वही चीज़ें CHR वाली थोड़ी ब्रीफ करके, थोड़ी आसान करके उनको हमने बताई। अगेन यही फैकल्टी हमारी, थैंक यू सो मच सारी फैकल्टी के लिए। प्लीज एक बड़ी सी क्लैपिंग होनी चाहिए। इन्होंने सारी वही चीज़ें ज़रा आसान अल्फाज में, ब्रीफ अंदाज में बताई हैं, और फिर इनको हमने कहा है कि अब आपने ग्रुप्स में मिलके कुछ करना है और फिर उसको कुछ प्रेजेंट करना है। और हमारे पास 80 स्टूडेंट्स ने FHR भी कंप्लीट किया है आज। RCD के सिर्फ 200 स्टूडेंट्स में थे, ऐसी 80 स्टूडेंट्स ने FHR कंप्लीट किया है। फिर 2-3 महीने पहले की बात है कि कुछ बच्चे आए कि हम भी कुछ करना चाहते हैं। फिर हमने नॉन CME प्रोग्राम, इमर्जिंग रिसर्चर प्रोग्राम के नाम से हमने 2 हफ्ते में थोड़ी सी इंटेंसिव ट्रेनिंग दे के उनको रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट बना के उनको कहा आप डेटा कलेक्ट करें, उनको स्टडी डिज़ाइन में हेल्प की और उन्होंने जल्दी जल्दी डेटा कलेक्ट किया। छोटे छोटे प्रोजेक्ट्स थे, बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं थे, कोई दुनिया फतह नहीं की, लेकिन एटलीस्ट इनिशिएटिव ले लिया, स्टार्ट ले लिया। और कितने कितने ग्रेजुएट हो रहे ERP के? 28 लोगों ने ERP स्टार्ट किया, 15 लोगों ने प्रेजेंट किया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में। ERP वालों के लिए भी क्लैपिंग। थैंक यू सो मच जी। आई होप के इस सेरेमनी का हमने थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन कर दिया।
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive overview and for your leadership in advancing health research education. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to invite a distinguished scholar, visionary leader, and an internationally acclaimed figure in the field of biotechnology and bioethics. A man whose contributions to science, academia, and policy have earned him global recognition and the highest national honors, including Sitara-e-Imtiaz and Taghme-e-Imtiaz. Please join me in warmly welcoming our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari, to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي. Sir, Shafiq Saab hon, chahe Ghulam Rasool Saab hon, chahe Nasir Saab hon, Dean Saab hon, and everybody else, believe me from core of my heart that I'm getting in love with RMI. And leaving here, happy to return back to the normal life, but very sad that I want to be in this lively community. Since last almost now 3 days I'm here and I'm witnessing something, a life that is there in the younger lot. For 3 days they're still having big hands for all these big people, and it's really amazing. Amazing, sir. And now I feel that I am a part of it and would love to see it progressing. What we did when we talk about research, from policy, from lab to the field to implementation, if we try to converge the ideas and the evidence in the live realities. So now in this complex world, research is not only in the lab, not only in the journal, and not only in the academic discourse, while Nasir Saab was, explaining all the key stakeholders and, pillars of your institutes from the bench to the bed. It's really amazing. But now what we need to do, I wish and I will, because I'm usually in Islamabad, wahan aur kuch nahi hota, meetings hi hoti hain. So whenever I'm there, I will be now asking them for the decision makers, when we do decision that should be evidence-based, of course, and the evidence, if they want to collect, they should join next year. You are even there. I remember 7 to 10 or 11 April, I have marked my calendar too. Even if you don't invite me, I will be a participant. Now in fact, I am applying for a job here. Sir, do you have a secretary position with Shafiqur Rahman? Believe me, I will write for you some good advices, your schedule. I'm not bad in that. So would love to work with you and learn from you. Earlier we were having one-to-one negotiations like Iran and US is having, but at the same time, when I heard him in the morning, amazed. He is a good teacher too, orator, entrepreneur, and several characteristics in one individual. So, ये जो आजकल मिलता है ना plater, so it's a sort of that thing that, sir, we can learn from you. So, I will not take much of your time because I'm also rushing. It's the love of Ghulam Rasul and Nasir that I had to be here. In fact, last night I wrote an application of leave to them that, sir, if you accept my application, I would love to leave around 10 a.m. in the morning. Teacher, they rejected. They say, no, sir, you cannot. तो आप इधर रहोगे. Sir, so this is what I would be requesting all of you. These 3 days, believe me, this was a lesson learned from me. And you are the youngest, fresh brain. I would expect that when you go from here, all these things that you gathered here in terms of speaking, in terms of listening, watching, and whatever, poster, you should be, implementing this in a way in your career, in your life. If one of you gets successful because of this, our job is done. We are doing this as a philanthropy, as the last days of our life, that our next generation excels and they bring good name, not only for Pakistan, but for Ummah and for the whole world as a humanity, that you are really healer of the problems of the humanity. So for that, what you need to do, the key word, last sentences that I would say is collaboration. Collaboration is the bridge between research and decision. You do a lot of good research, you have data and everything, but the policymaker, the community, and the people who have to take a decision, if they sleep on it, then you feel usually sort of, embarrassed and, deprived of whatever hard work you have done. So we will be pushing at that stage now we are, that we don't sit on the bench, but try to talk to them, that the decision that they have to take, they should take in time. Otherwise, it is wastage of time. And I would love to see, I repeat, that this organization grows more rapidly and do some unorthodox things also, sir. We had a very good, session in the other room regarding that sentence I cannot keep in my heart. Would love to say here also. And if I say Pakistan is the only country in the world that stretches from 0 meter to 8,611 meter. No other country of such diverse. You may say there's an Everest of too, but they wish to have some kind of, beautiful plains in KP that you have, in Sindh that you have, in Punjab that you have, and the sea that is near Karachi ocean and beaches. So you are the only country in the world that Allah Almighty has gifted to you. It's we alike that we are not doing good for this country and the people. So it's not the, so that's what I'd love to say to you. All of you should feel proud of your country. You should feel proud of yourself. Or mashallah, the brain too, it's not, and because of that, I'm sorry, sir, I'm taking long, but for the younger lot, because of this diversity, there is a diversity of humans, beautiful bouquet of flowers of different areas. Look at this. You cannot find in the world such a beauty, such a beautiful kind of people. The brain that you have. And then, finally, the animals and the plants that you have. My specialty that I work with the industry is on the herbal medicine. And World WHO, I am on their advisory group, on 2-3 different groups. So they want to have a clinical kind of facility in the developing world for herbal medicine, because we don't have evidence for that enough strong that we convince people that our Unani or medicine should be used. For that, the phase 1 and 2 are exempted. I'm a member of the DRAP in Islamabad too. So if you have a unit of clinical trials, I would recommend that you have a small unit of this too. Is not much of investment needed. Expertise are free of cost. Only you need to feed us with a simple bread and butter, and that is enough. So, sir, with the last few words, I'm proud of you people, sir, all of your team and everybody else, the younger lot. Everybody's working from their heart. And that's what I see in my next generation, to prosper this country that has faced a lot of problems. And inshallah, that day is not far away that we will be, inshallah, one of the best nations in the world. With these few words, very proud of you. We'll miss you. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful and motivational address, sir. It is truly an honor to have you with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the award distribution. This segment is dedicated to recognizing the mentors whose dedication, mentorship, and hard work made this program successful. I would request Professor Dr. Zapta Khan Shinwari, CEO RMI, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool, and Dr. Nasir to kindly come on stage for the distribution ceremony. And Professor Dr. Bakhtiar Zahid. We begin with the Certificate in Health Research CHR program, recognizing the dedicated individuals who played a key role in their success. Course facilitators, also co-director Dr. Mohsen Shah, Professor Dr. Rehman, Dr. Zille Huma, Dr. Iqbal Wahid, Dr. Najma Basir, Dr. Waqar Ali, We will now announce the best CHR graduate, who is Dr. Karishma Akbar. CHR coordinator, Ms. Meera Tanveer. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Farhan for his invaluable support and active contribution in facilitating the accreditation of CME with Aga Khan University. His professionalism and dedication have greatly contributed to the smooth coordination of key activities. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Dr. Sheikh Mohammad Farhan.
Moving on to our FHR program, we now acknowledge the efforts and dedication of the chief coordinators and supervisors who played a vital role in its success. Our chief coordinator of FHR, Dr. Gulmina Masood. Moving on to the FHR supervisors, we begin with Mrs. Firdos, Ms. Meera Tanveer, Dr. Maheen Khan, Dr. Sobia Salam, Dr. Nazma Salim, Dr. Parkha Afridi, Dr. Bisma Fayaz, Dr. Mahnur Afridi, We would like to also extend our gratitude and appreciation to the efforts of Madam Sobia Henna, member of the jury committee. Congratulations to all the facilitators and mentors. Your contributions are deeply appreciated.
Now comes the most awaited moment of the ceremony, the CHR, FHR, and ERP certificate distribution for the graduates, for which I would like to call upon our co-hosts Abdul Ghani Khan and Madiha to take over. Thank you.
Today, we celebrate not just completion, but transformation. As our graduates step forward as contributors to the field of health research, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Zabta Khan Shenwari, CEO Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, Professor Dr. Bakhtiyar Zahid, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasool, and Dr. Nasir Ahmed to join us for certificate distribution. We now invite the CHR graduates to come forward and receive their certificates. Batch 24, Sara Habib, Muhammad Abdul Hasib, Maz Khan, Sayyid Haider Abbas, Muhammad Amir, Maria Khan, Farmanullah, Aisha Satar. जी, ठीक है. Kindly please give them a round of applause, everyone. Alia Satar, Muhammad Asif Shams, Aisha Gul, Aisha Rafiq, Nirma Riyasat, Muhammad Sami, Sana, Musaddif Riaz, Ezaz Ali Shah, Zubair Khan, Karishma Alam.
Batch 2025, Sanaullah Shah, Maz Khan, Shabana Tahir, Alauddin, Muhammad Qasim. Dr. Najma, please. Mansoor Ahmed Ali Iqbal Khan, Abbas Khan, Muhammad Umar.
You will receive your actual certificates after the ceremony in the lobby area on the registration desk.
Rabia, Shahrukh Khan, Rizwanullah, Muhammad Shehzad. Mahnur Raza, Zakirullah, Inamullah. Batch 2026, Hassan Khan, Sananaz, Savera Gohar, Hafsa Zahid, and Sayyid Azizur Rehman. Sarmat Islam, Abdullah Shah, Iram Afsar Ali, Muhammad Abbas Khani, Faisal Rahman, Maryam Khan, Mustafa Wahid, Muhammad Ishaq, Mehreen Khan, Adnan Khan, Michael, and Nancy Yaqub. Irsa Khan.
Batch 27, Ziaullah, Ikra Rais, Asad Nawaz, Ubaidur Rahman, Hasina Wali, Hamza Khan, Gul Rukhsar, Muhammad Afaq Khan, Laiba Ikram, Muhammad Ishfaq, Salil Ahmad, Talha Ghafan, Shafqat Amin. Karishma Akbar, Ibad Khan, Azra Jabin, Palwasha Rasool, Abdullah Shah. Batch 28, Adnan Afzal, Uzma Mahmood, Muhammad Waqar Ahmed Khan. Ali Haider, Shahab Uddin Khan, Uzair Rahim, Rasul Hakim. Mohsin Zaman, Sardar Ali, Muhammad Nabi, Wajiha Samad. Farhan Qazi, Aqib Ullah, Shaista Khan, Amara Habib. Sadiq Akbar, Humaira Riaz, Noman Tahir Shah. Batch 29, Ibad Ahmad Afridi, Sikandar Zahur, Kiran Shaheen, Muhammad Abdal Khan, Hassan Yar Mahsood, Saibzada Arman Afsar, Asif Ali Shah, Saifullah Khan, Hamad Qasim, Faiza Hayat, Ahmad Ali, Sohaib Ahmad.
We now invite the FHR graduates to come forward and receive their certificates. Kinza Abid, Ikra Ajmal, Minail Qayyum, Adan, Rana Ijaz, Uruj Masoud, Maryam Ajmal, Ikra Israr, Kuratullain, Amara Faiz, Sara Sayyid, Kinza Abid, Ikra Ajmal, Minail Qayyum, Minail Qayyum, Adan, Rana Ijaz, Uruj Masoud, Maryam Ajmal, Ikra Israr, Qurratul Lain, Amara Faiz, Sara Sayyid, Zanira Sanaula, Bushra Sadiq, Mashal, Zarlal Shah, Dua Shakil, Huria Sadiq, Javeria Khatak, Maham Faisal, Jeena Obaid, Alishba Sharafat, Samreen Gul, Mahanur Rashid, Zainab Saleh, Sineen Ali Shah, Huria Hafiz, Afra Bangash,
Madiha Tahir, Uruj Arif. Hafsa, Zara, Memuna Munir, Saad Naseem, Mr. Umar Khatak, Ramin Suleiman,
Dia Ali, Mahnur Maqsood, Waleed Khan, Fiza Farooq, Shah Sawar Khan, Hazim, Ajwa, Zubash, Ramisha Tariq, Varda Khan, Ramisha, Laiba Sayyid, Varda Khan, Saima Ali, Hafsa, Safi Khan, Rabia, Ayush Kapoor, Laiba Aslam, Nida Shad, Saad Rahim, Saad Rahim, Amir Ehsan Mahmood, Jawad Khan, Naseemullah, Aisha Naz, Janita, Aman Gul, Iman Husna, Virat Javed, Mahanur Imran Afridi, Aisha Khan, Umama Kamar, Arij, Sumbul, Anusha, Samra Batul, Deena Shah, Hina Iman, Umaima Rashid, Hadia Kazi, Ayman Khan, Rumesa Zafar, Sara Kaisar, Zaina Sayyid, Numan Ahmed, and Faisal Khan.
We now invite the ERP graduates to come forward and receive their certificates. Dr. Alina Amin. Dr. Alina Amin. Dr. Huria Askar. Dr. Marwa Akhtar Kaka Khail. Dr. Maryam Ejaz. Dr. Huda Hussain. Dr. Faika Kundi. Dr. Arsalan Azam. Dr. Hassan Ali. Dr. Sohaib Ahmed. Dr. Hafsa Iftikhar. Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim. Dr. Zarafsha Zahid. Dr. Gul Rukh. Zara Zubair Durani. Saima Ali. Sayyida Maryam Wahid.
Congratulations to everyone. As we come to the end of this memorable ceremony, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our honorable guest. Please come on the stage to take a group photo. Wait.
I would like to request CEO RMI and Dr. Bakhtiar Zahid, Dr. Ghulam Rasool, and Dr. Nasir Ahmed to present the shield to the chief guest. Dr. Najma Basir and Dr. This is a token of appreciation for our chief guest, Dr. Zabta Khan Shinwari. I'd like to request everyone to come towards the stage for a group photo.
Everyone, please come onto the stage for a group photo. Everyone, please, you're requested to come on the stage. All the graduates are requested.
Thank you, everyone. See you all next year.